Yeah, the drive mechanism. NASA's live, okay. Okay, we're gonna switch over to the coverage now. So give me one moment. Yeah, that's pretty good, man. That's not bad. So I'm gonna get to an early space news today, and yeah, we're gonna jump in. Okay, so this is NASA Artemis HLS announcement. EJ Space and Rocket Review. Okay, here we go.
And address one speaker at a time. After, you may enter the queue again to ask additional questions. So to get us started, I'd like to welcome Administrator Bill Nelson.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
Hi, everybody. It was about a year ago that NASA had its first competition.
Okay, so fellas, what I'm gonna do is during these types of press conferences when they have major announcements, I shut up. So I'm gonna mute and we'll just listen.
The next two American astronauts to the lunar surface. I've spoken recently to Gwen Shotwell at SpaceX, and our teams are making good progress on the demonstration HLS award, which will land the first Americans on the moon in over a half a century. That landing will be the first, and from there we expect approximately one human landing per year over a decade or so. And these are not isolated missions. Each is going to build on the past progress. It's going to incredible the discovery and the understanding that we are seeking in what it takes to live in deep space, and all of that is, of course, in preparation for us then to have the first human mission to Mars late in the 2030s or 2040. Now, all of this boils down to that we think, and so does the Congress, that competition leads to better, more reliable outcomes. It benefits everybody. It benefits NASA. It benefits the American people. It is obvious the benefits of competition. And so today's announcement is what I said to Congress. I promised competition, so here it is. Under this new plan, this sustaining lunar development opportunity, NASA is asking American companies to propose lander concepts capable of transporting astronauts to and from lunar orbit to the surface of the moon for missions beyond the third Artemis. Third Artemis is the first demonstration landing on the surface of the moon. These new landers are going to be built and operated according to NASA's sustaining lunar lander requirements, and those capabilities include docking with the orbiting gateway station for crew transfer, increased crew capacity, and transporting more mass for such things as science and exploration on the lunar surface. And so competition is the key to our success. It's going to help ensure that we have the technical capabilities to carry out the mission. And additional landers will help increase the cadence of the missions at which we are able to land astronauts on the surface of the moon. I've heard from several members of Congress over the past year, as well as I've heard from them also in the committee meetings that I've testified to. And they are committed to ensuring that we have more than one lander to choose for future missions. We're expecting to have both Congress support and that of the Biden administration, and we're expecting to get this competition started in the fiscal year 23 budget. And of course, those details should be coming next week when the president announces his budget. So what we're doing today is a bit of a preview. I think you'll find it's an indication that there are good things to come for this agency. And if we're right, it's good things to come for all of humanity. And so I'm going to turn it over to Jim Free, our Associate Administrator, and he's going to get into the details.
Thank you very much, sir, and good afternoon. I'm really excited to share the update with you today, which really continues our reflection on our long-term goal to establish that regular cadence of landing humans on the moon. And you'll hear from Lisa Watson-Morgan here in a moment, who represent the great work of our team to get us here. And those of you that have been following know that our plan was always to return humans to the moon as soon as possible. And we're doing that with SpaceX on Artemis 3, still targeting 2025 for that landing. And SpaceX continues to make good progress towards that mission. But beyond Artemis 3, we want to increase the healthy competition and advance our lunar capabilities to support more science, more exploration, and an emerging lunar marketplace. We are seeing great success in low Earth orbit using a services model, and we have an early opportunity to help American companies become some of the first service providers on the moon. And the best way to reach flexibility and resiliency that we need is through competition and redundancy. That's why we're planning to partner with another company for sustaining lunar lander development and demonstration, as well as offering SpaceX the opportunity to conduct similar work in a parallel procurement. That means potentially two companies developing sustaining lander capabilities and two missions landing astronauts on the moon under the criteria we plan to use for the next decade of Artemis crewed missions, in addition to the first landing, all before we ask for recurring services. This means that when we do start asking for those services, we'll have a stronger market, a more capable pool of potential providers, and a more competitive procurement. Through a robust architecture, this vision promotes access through redundant services, lower costs through competition, and support for the growing space economy on Earth through diverse contributions. And what we're laying out here today is an incremental buildup toward both more advanced lander capabilities and landing services. Artemis is a complex campaign with many exciting milestones ahead of us. Some of you saw just last week Artemis 1 rolling out to the pad for wet dress rehearsal. Truly an incredible moment as we head towards launch in the near future. Hardware for Artemis 2 and 3 is being built right now. Some of it delivered down to Kennedy in the form of the European service module, the crew module. Great work going on at Michoud to work on SLS. The next couple of years will also be major for Gateway. Components for the power and propulsion element and habitation and logistics outposts are underway, and we'll start integration and testing of those next year. We're also making great progress with our critical international partners who will be providing additional Gateway elements. The European Space Agency, 12 countries in Europe, plus Canada, are currently involved in design and construction of the Gateway, as well as 17 states across the U.S. Artemis surface spacesuits are moving towards a services model too, and we are planning to announce that soon as well. Our next area of focus on the moon will be surface mobility and habitation, but our vision goes beyond the moon, and everything we design, build, or procure for Artemis is done with the lens for Mars. But we're here today about the human landing system for the moon, so let's turn it over to Lisa Watson-Morgan now.
Well, thank you very much, Jim, and I'll tell you, as the program manager for the Human Landing System, it is such an honor to be part of the NASA team, and really just a great honor to lead our talented Human Landing System team, who's comprised of folks all around the agency. You know, it takes all the different NASA centers and subject matter experts to help make this program successful. And it helps to get us closer to our next step in space exploration. And we're definitely going back to the moon, as you alluded to, and we're not going alone. We're going in a way that represents government, industry, and international partners. So it's a great global effort. And we know that the work we're doing today in working through these procurements and getting to a second provider and still continuing the work with our current contract for our near-term mission with SpaceX, all of this work will help to write new chapters in history. And for that, we are so excited. And so the Human Landing System will take astronauts to the lunar surface as part of Artemis 3 in just a few short years. I mean, I really can't believe that it's almost here. HLS has been busy. Last year, like you mentioned, we awarded what we call Appendix H, Option A, and that work was awarded to SpaceX, and that's one uncrewed and one crewed demonstration mission to the moon, and that work is going great. We're also making excellent progress on what we're calling Appendix N, and that is work that HLS awarded to 5 U.S. American companies to further inform and mature our sustaining requirements in anticipation of this development activity that we're announcing today. And we've also been very busy these last few months in preparing how we are going to purchase these future missions, because that's really key to our future. We've talked about the sustaining lunar development in the past, and today we're excited to tell you about our new approach and this procurement strategy. Our objective is the same, but our approach has definitely improved. We're separating sustainable lander development and demonstration missions from our transportation services, which will create competition and help us expedite the award for the sustainable lander development. And we did much of this through listening to industry. We acquired a lot of industry feedback because, as we mentioned, we're not going at this alone. We need U.S. industry to help NASA and our subject matter experts to make this program successful. So our updated strategy bolsters industry readiness and competition for our future lunar transport and promotes a resilient plan for establishing a long-term presence under Artemis with regular crewed lunar landings. So our strategy allows NASA to partner with industry to develop that second sustainable lander capability, including a crewed demonstration landing, increasing the competitive pool of capable providers ahead of our upcoming and future lunar transportation services for our Artemis astronauts, which is also very key. So NASA is definitely committed to maintaining a flexible and resilient lunar exploration plan that will allow for future commercial partnerships as new capabilities come on and as funding permits. And again, we've been working with industry through Appendix N and through Appendix H, Option A, and even before that with an instrument we called Appendix E. So this has been a long time coming, and we've learned so much from all of those other acquisitions, and we're putting those lessons into this one. So we plan to release a draft request for proposals for sustaining lunar development at the end of this month. And then, further inform industry, hold industry days the first week of April to where we get additional feedback from them on what we've released. And once we do that, then later in the spring, we'll release a final RFP, request for proposals, for this sustaining lunar development. It's going to be open to all of industry except for SpaceX, but they'll have the opportunity to negotiate the same sustaining lunar development work under what we're calling Option B of its existing Appendix H contract. Option B was included within the original Appendix H acquisition and will have requirements that mirror this sustaining lunar development, this newer acquisition that we're talking about today. The Artemis 3 mission is unaffected by this change, and it's still on target for no earlier than 2025. Ultimately, NASA is working towards reliable and economic solutions to meet our goals, and our collaborative relationships are definitely vital to the future of space exploration. As we look to land Americans back on the moon for the first time in over 50 years, our innovative astronaut moon landers will be a hallmark in space exploration history. And as I mentioned earlier, we're definitely going to be writing just new chapters in history. We're just going to be forging the path, and we're doing all of this with industry. We're doing this with NASA's subject matter experts, with the vision that Apollo started, with knowing where we're going. It's going to be so exciting, and it's been a long time coming to get this next procurement started, and our team is, everyone is so excited. We're going to have an all hands later today with our team to celebrate this. We're definitely confident in NASA's partnerships with industry to help make the Artemis missions truly successful, and continue, we continue to look forward to working with industry and to answering questions and help. We're so excited that the moon is just the foreground, if you will, as we are preparing for deeper. NASA's preparing for deeper space exploration missions to Mars. And thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. Now we'll open the floor for questions from the media. So for reporters on the line, press *1 to get into the queue and to ask a question. Please remember to state your name and your affiliation before you speak and address the specific speaker. And also, please limit it to one question on the first go. So first, we have Marcia Dunn with the Associated Press. Marcia?
Yes, hi, thank you. I was hoping to get some details on the decision-making process for picking the crews for Artemis 2 and 3. Who's picking? How do you decide among the astronauts already identified for the Artemis team? And when might we learn their identities? Thank you.
Let's try to answer your question later, probably the summer, maybe the fall. That decision is made at the level of the Johnson Space Center, signed off by the director of the Johnson Space Center. Usually it comes directly from the head of the astronaut office and the flight operations.
Thank you. And now we have a question from Chris Davenport with the Washington Post. Chris?
Hey, thanks so much. I know you said you're waiting on the president's budget, but I'm just wondering if you can give us any sense, even a ballpark, of how much money you're talking about here. And I just want to confirm that this will be a fixed price contract. Also, there was some mention about a second SpaceX demo mission. I was just curious what that was, or if that's just the uncrewed landing ahead of the crewed landing. Thanks.
The president certainly has the prerogative to announce his own budget, and it's my understanding, Christian, that that's coming next week, early in the week. With regard to the other questions there, Jim?
Yes, sir. Thanks for the question. This will be fixed price, milestone based, as we're operating today. And the second SpaceX, that is, as Lisa talked about, we're going to have the open competition for other companies to bid on the sustaining requirements, and we will add to SpaceX's existing contract the option B, which will be to build a lander to the same spec that the other companies will bid on as well. So that is the second SpaceX lander.
Thanks, Jim. Next, we have a question from Michael Sheets with CNBC.
Just to go in a little bit more here on the budgetary side of things, I know that you guys are going to wait until President Biden issues a new idea here, but given the size of the previous contract values and the bids that were placed underneath the HLS program previously, are you expecting that this lunar lander would be in that same range in terms of the contract NASA would award, or are you putting into place a much more stringent policy on the maximum bid here?
Michael, stay tuned with regard to the budget.
And I would just add, we are informed by the bids that we got previously and some of the things we've heard in development with our contractors under the Appendix N, which was to buy down risk to better understand the requirements for this new procurement, which also then will affect what we expect the bids to come in at.
Thanks, and now we have a question from Jeff Faust with Space News.
Hi, question probably for either Jim Free or Lisa Watson-Morgan. I'm just curious how the new program will differ, any difference in structure between sustainable lunar development and the HLS program. Is it just a different set of criteria for the lander, or will there be differences in how they're managed and run?
Lisa, why don't you go ahead and take that one?
Okay, yeah, thanks, Jim. And thanks, Jeff, for the question. The HLS program will still be the overall program, and we'll have multiple swim lanes of work under it, projects almost, if you will. And we'll have the option A work, which is the initial lander, uncrewed and crewed. Option B, similarly, and then the sustaining lunar development, have that broad agency announcement, fixed price contract also under it. And so the option B and the sustaining lunar development will have a very similar requirement set. They will be our sustaining requirements, which is really key to getting, to the sustainable campaign that we're wanting to get to.
Now we have a question from Bill Harwood with CBS News.
I just want to make sure I understand what you guys are saying. So SpaceX will carry out the demo landing and the Artemis 3 landing under their current contract and then be able to compete for a sustaining contract with everyone else for follow-on vehicles? Or does the option you're exercising with SpaceX now include that third lander? And I apologize for my denseness. I'm just not sure I get it. Thanks.
No, Mr. Harwood, understand. We want to make sure everybody gets it, so it's not that at all. So option B will be negotiated strictly with SpaceX on their existing contract, and then so we exercise that based on the option we have in that contract, and then there'll be a separate competitive procurement for everyone but SpaceX to propose to those lander requirements, to the sustainable lander requirements. So they'll have the uncrewed and the crewed demo for 3. Then they will, under option B, develop another lander to our sustainable requirements, which will likely have an uncrewed and a crewed version as well. And then the competition for everyone else will be separate to the same set of requirements, but also with an uncrewed and a crewed lander.
Next, we have a question from Marina Koren with The Atlantic.
Hi, everyone. This question is for Administrator Nelson about relations with Russia in light of the war in Ukraine. NASA statements have stressed that NASA and Roscosmos are dedicated to cooperating. At the same time, the CEO of the company that is developing one of the lunar landing systems that we're talking about today is making public statements like challenging Putin to a physical fight. I'm wondering, how does something like that, or how could it affect NASA's working relationship with Russia moving forward? Thank you.
You've heard me, Marina, say that the professional relationship between the astronauts and the cosmonauts on board the station, as well as the professional relationship between mission control in both Houston and Moscow, continues unaltered. And that's what we expect, and I think a real clue for you was last Friday when 3 cosmonauts launched on a Soyuz as expected, as planned, even after some of this talk that you're talking about. And it is expected, without a hitch, that 2 cosmonauts and Mark Vande Hei will return at the end of this month as planned. And all personnel, American and Russian, involved in that landing are being put in place. So the professional relationship continues unaltered.
Next, we have a question from Kenneth Chang with the New York Times.
Hi, thank you. The demonstration, the crewed demonstration from the second provider, would that be Artemis 5, or would it be like an additional mission added to the Artemis manifest?
I think we're looking at the delivery of these landers in the 2026-2027 timeframe. So we'll look at assignments as each provider, SpaceX and the other provider, move through their path of development. So we haven't assigned them to a mission today because we want to see how the development goes. As we know, the development of this is challenging and difficult. So we're looking at more of when they'll be done and how they're going to be done to then look at where they're assigned to. But the 2026-2027 timeframe is where we're looking right now.
Next, we have Irene Klotz with Aviation Week.
Thanks, Jackie. The press release, it sounds like the option already been exercised. If that's so, when did that option get exercised, and what does it bring SpaceX's total HLS contract to? And for Lisa, could you just clarify that new entrants in this program would do a demo mission that would be outside of the operational Artemis 4, 5, 6, 7, and so forth, or is the idea to handle it more like how Sierra Nevada is becoming a CSR provider without doing demo missions before going to the station? Just for understanding how you're thinking about on-ramping a second provider. Thank you.
Okay, and Jim, if you want to jump in, this is Lisa, feel free. But option B has not been exercised. We are planning on, working towards that. And we, for the second provider, this competition that we have, once we choose that provider, then they will need to perform an uncrewed landing demonstration, as well as a crewed flight. And as Jim, was discussing, a lot of it depends on their development, the speed at which they're able to go, how mature they are. And as I mentioned earlier, we have had, numerous other mechanisms, Appendix E, Appendix H, and Appendix N, all building up and leading to additional progress, to get various providers ready for this opportunity. And so that's how we will do it. It's not necessarily an on-ramp per se.
Next, we have a question from Eric Berger with Ars Technica.
Hi, thanks very much for doing this. I want to make sure I understand this, and I hate to belabor it, but just so we're clear, the current plan now is that Appendix H envisions an uncrewed landing by SpaceX, Artemis 3, and then one additional Artemis mission. And then the Appendix N missions that we're discussing here means that one additional company will be awarded a development contract to do an uncrewed demonstration mission, a crewed flight. And then once all that's done, then you will have awards for future sustaining missions to one or both of those companies. Is that right? Or if not, please explain.
Eric, you had it almost correct. The only thing you missed was on the SpaceX side, we have the uncrewed and crewed that are associated with the option A in Appendix H, and then there'll be an uncrewed and crewed on option B for SpaceX, and then the remainder of it for the new provider you had correct, and then how we transition into services. So you just had one uncrewed mission for the sustainable lander under SpaceX missing.
Thanks. And I have a question from Mike Wall with Space.com.
Thank you for doing this. Just a quick timeline question. When, if all goes according to plan with the RFPs and so on, I mean, like, when do you foresee actually awarding this second contract? I mean, how much time do you want this to give the second developer to kind of get up and running by 2026, 2027?
So if everything goes as planned, we definitely, as soon as we possibly can, but at the onset of the new year's when we would, shortly thereafter, is when we would like to award.
Next, we have a question from Lauren Grush with The Verge.
Thank you, Jackie. My question is for Bill. I'm just wondering if you can elaborate more on the kinds of assurances you have received from Congress that there will be additional funding for the second lander, seeing as how the budget shortfall was the main reason that SpaceX was the sole selection for the original HLS contract. So how certain are you that that money will materialize?
Well, it was Congress that agreed with my position that we ought to have competition, and therefore, why don't you ask that question again after you see the president's budget?
Next, we have a question from Alan Boyle with GeekWire.
Thank you. I'm interested in the transition from Appendix N to the new program. Can you talk about the lessons learned from Appendix N, and how can you provide any more details on how the requirements for the Sustainable Lander program have been changed, perhaps because of those lessons? It sounds like it would call for more astronauts to be on board, larger cargo capacity. Maybe Lisa or somebody could provide more details about that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. This is Lisa. I can certainly start that. So in looking at what we wanted for a sustaining lunar campaign, you're exactly right. We want more cargo. We want more upmass. Clearly, we want more science. We want more days to do, our EVAs on the moon. So with that, what we did is that Appendix N had an initial set of sustaining requirements, and we have been working with 5 industry providers on their concepts, helping them mature their concepts, each unique and different, with that with those updated set of requirements. And so we've been doing that, for a good 6 months or so. We plan to continue working with them on it as much as we can. And so from that, they were able to provide us feedback through different task orders that we, wrote back and forth, and that helped to inform us as to whether we, changed this location or asked them to launch a certain way, different requirements. Then what it made us do is say, okay, well we could live with, maybe a little less here or a little more here. And so it helped us to refine and hone in on our requirements of what was really important, as well as what's most important is balancing to make the mission doable by as many industry providers as possible. And I think that's really key to what the administrator was talking about with his desire for competition. You can't just make the mission solely doable by one industry provider. We have to work with all of industry to say, this is still great science. This is still what we want. And it opens up the aperture for more to have the opportunity, that then bolsters the nation and helps STEM and excites the next generation.
Next, we have a question from Joey Roulette.
Hey, thanks for taking my question. I guess this could be for Lisa or Jim. I'm wondering if there's anything you did this time around designing the SLD program that kind of makes it more resilient to lawsuits or legal fights that you maybe didn't do for the Option A award. Thanks.
Yeah, I guess I would say, the way everything played out with the Option A selection demonstrated that we had stuck to our policies and procedures that we use when we do procurements. And certainly I think Lisa and her team did a lot to provide all the information that was requested along the way to demonstrate that. So from my perspective, we're going to follow that same path here because that's where it was determined that we worked well in the Option A selection.
Next, we have a question from Jonathan O'Callaghan with Scientific American.
Hi, thanks for doing the call. Question for Bill. Does this announcement affect the development of SLS at all? Will you be open to mission architectures that don't involve SLS, or do you still see that as a kind of necessity for each of these crewed landings on the moon? Thank you.
Do I understand your question to be, does this affect the architecture of the SLS?
Does it affect the mission architecture that involves using SLS? Will you be open to other landing suggestions that don't involve SLS and Orion?
No, we are proceeding exactly along as planned. And remember, when you get around to Artemis 4, you've got the extended upper stage. So you have a larger, more powerful rocket than Artemis 1 and 2 and 3. We have to have another mobile platform that is taller because it's a larger rocket. That's the only difference in the architecture.
Next, we have a question from Marcia Smith with Space Policy Online.
Thanks so much. And I'm not quite sure how to phrase this, so bear with me. But in the beginning, you were going to choose 2 contractors under Option A, and you didn't because Congress only gave you 25% of the funding. So that forced you into the situation where now you have one contractor, and now you're doing this separate procurement with a different set of requirements. So is this a situation where it actually was good news that Congress didn't give you all the money you needed because somewhere along the way you already decided that the first SpaceX lander was not going to be enough for the sustained mission? I guess I'm trying to find out what had happened if Congress had given you the full funding so that you could have chosen 2 HLS providers originally. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thanks for the question. I guess I would say, I mentioned earlier that we learned things on Appendix N that helped us understand the requirements and our configurations better, which helped us how we put this solicitation out. So and we bought down technology risk as well in Appendix N. So we're anticipating that some of that drops the cost of the landers. We also have instituted in this procurement options in both option periods in both the option B and in the broader procurement, where if we don't have enough funding, we will, or someone's not progressing, we will move off of that procurement. So it's not, when we do this, we're buying both landers at the same time. This is a progressive buildup as we go that says we're making the budget that we have available to take each of these measured steps down the path towards getting a lander. So when we exercise the option B or the new procurement, it doesn't say, hey, we have selected them forever. So we'll look at the budget, and you'll see it when it comes out, and we'll look for the bids that many folks have told us, hey, we've learned a lot, and we think our bids can be better this time also.
Next, we have a question from Paul Brinkman with Aerospace America.
Hi, yes. Thanks for doing this. For Lisa Watson Morgan, I guess I'm looking for some big picture description of how you're approaching this. When SpaceX was chosen, you emphasized the kind of unique new approach they provided in their lander proposal. So now I know you're going to be getting feedback from industry, but to what extent are you going to be interested in prioritizing like a unique approach that is, something completely different than SpaceX's method? If you could just talk about that a little bit. Thanks.
Sure. So that's a very good question as well. So as we're preparing for the sustaining, lunar development, really what we'll be looking for are industry providers who can meet the requirements and or exceed the requirements that we have listed that will come out in the near term in the draft RFP. And then we'll be looking clearly for, how they operate, as well as, what Jim said, what kind of bids we receive. So that will be, similar to how we did it the first time around.
Next, we have a question from George Dvorsky from Gizmodo.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for doing this. My question is for either Lisa or Jim, given that you both said that progress with the SpaceX solution for Artemis 3 is going well, that it's going, that everything's going great, in your words. I'm hoping that you can provide more details. We all know, of course, that the rocket has yet to leave the planet, and there's other happenings having to do, for example, with the launch site and the Aviation Administration still looking into all that. But I'm wondering if you could be more specific. For example, if things are going great, what milestones in particular have been met? And just wondering if there are any other specifics that you can share where you feel that progress is being made with this particular solution. And as a secondary question, wondering if there is a target date for the Uncrewed demo mission. Thanks very much.
Well, thank you for the question. What I can share with you is that so far SpaceX has met all their milestones to date. We're working closely with them, and you're right, they do have some important tests coming up. They also have within those tests mitigations planned for some of the areas that we are interested in and concerned with, as are they. And so collectively, the team, the NASA team, they're soliciting subject matter experts from us in a myriad of areas, and we're working deeply with them to make sure that we have the right risk-based insight that's needed. So far, I would say, as far as the integrated master schedule, things are on track. And you're right, there are some potential areas that we're watching out for, as are they. But to date, all milestones have been met, and we are good to go. And right now, we have 2024 as our uncrewed demo flight.
Next, we have a question from Stephen Clark with Space Flight Now. Stephen?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you.
Sorry about that. I'm going to follow up on the previous question with Lisa Watson-Morgan. You talked about some mitigations in some areas that you're concerned with, things you're watching as you march down the development of the Starship HLS variant. Can you talk about what those are? And also, can you also take a step back and talk about the big picture ConOps for how the Starship HLS works? I know that it involves multiple refueling missions, et cetera. How many launches will be required to support each Starship sortie to the moon?
Thanks for the question. So I'll say that we're working closely with SpaceX on this, and if you know anything, I know you guys are super familiar with their model. So if you're familiar with their model, they are certainly improving every day. I think that they say waste everything but time, but as just a cachet kind of thing. So they're working hard to try to bring in schedules that are already on schedule. That's just kind of the way they work. And as far as what we're concerned about, I would say just from an overall standpoint, their near-term milestones address those as well as their upcoming tests. So we feel that right now we're on a really solid path. Clearly with any complex space flight mission, there's NASA's always interested in crew safety, and I will say that SpaceX is super responsive to all the areas related to crew safety, all the areas around life support, all the making sure that we get the tests on time. All of that work is going very, very well.
Next, we have a question from Alicia Sowers with Mashable.
Hi, thank you for taking my question. This is a question for Bill Nelson. Representatives from the IG and GAO offices recently told a congressional committee that they believed a more realistic ETA for landing people on the moon was 2026 or later. And I guess I'm just wondering, how concerned are you about NASA's current timeline for returning humans to the moon compared to what you know of China's timeline? Thank you.
We are scheduled for an uncrewed lander on the moon in 24, for a crewed lander on the moon in 25. And as to when the Chinese are going to land, I do not know.
Next, we have a question from Ken Kramer with Space Up Close.
Hi, thank you for doing this, and it was spectacular to be at the Artemis 1 rollout. Thank you for having us all there. My question is about the uncrewed demo. I wanted to know when it was, and you just said that, but I'd like to know, can you tell us some more details about that? Is the design still in progress? Have they started the assembly? Where will it land? And are you going to do any science on that mission? Thank you.
So this is Lisa again. We're working with SpaceX right now on all the aspects of what that flight could be, because naturally at the time, if there are opportunities for additional experiments or payloads, we would naturally want to capitalize on that. As we mentioned, it's in 2024. We're working through what that system will look like, what will it have on it, what will we test out, and the requirement is really to safely land. That is the requirement, and if we are able to capture more and do more with that, clearly we will, but right now we're on track and looks like we will have everything ready at that time.
And if I could just add to that, we're going to take every opportunity we can when we're putting things on the lunar surface to take science with us. This Artemis architecture and plan, our primary objectives are getting the crew back safely from the mission and doing science. So every time we can land something on the lunar surface, we're gonna try and do that. And I just want to back up to Mr. Berger's question, just because I probably said this wrong. For SpaceX, on the new option B, we're going to have a crewed lander. Okay, and for the other new entrant, we will have an uncrewed and a crewed. So I'm sorry for confusing that earlier. Thanks.
Next, we have a question from Russell Pounds with Pacific Rim Media.
Good morning. This is Russell in Anchorage, Alaska today. The question's for Lisa. You've been a NASA engineer for quite a long time. What has surprised or delighted you about our country's Artemis efforts to take a lander from lunar orbit to the surface of the moon? And I'm thinking here about along the lines of innovation since the last time we tried this 50 years ago. Thanks.
Oh, great question. And thanks for the question. So I think what's most exciting to me is that we are doing it a little bit differently this time. You know, we're not specifying the design, as, you know, an additional question earlier was asked. We're opening up and saying, hey, here are the requirements, and any, you know, any design that meets or exceeds these, that's safe, that, you know, can do the things that we want, we're very interested in. So I think just spurring innovation is something that really excites me, because it's been so traditional for NASA in the past, and really the right way at the time to say, hey, here is explicitly and detailed-wise exactly what we want. And there is a time and place for that. And I think industry now is to a point to where we can try different methods. And to me, it's really exciting trying this novel approach.
Next, we have a question from Derek Newsom with Space Scouts.
Hi, my question's for Lisa Watson-Morgan. The HLS landers were baselined around a 3-stage single-use lander. The new landers being outlined, will the baseline be the same lander, or is NASA planning on releasing a new baseline?
Good question. And so initially we had a, 3-element government reference design, and that was just to help the NASA team to hone up and understand from a physics-based standpoint, entry, looking at the different aerothermal, plume surface interaction, all the items that are important, in general for us to understand. And so what we are doing now is we're saying, okay, we're not asking for that 3-stage lander. What we're saying is we have, in the order of 40 functional and performance requirements that we want these lander systems to be able to do for us, and that's landing on, at a certain slope. It's being able to survive, a period of time, potentially without light. And so there are different requirements that we have related to that aspect. And so with that approach, we feel that we could get some very interesting and innovative concepts. So we are not prescribing necessarily a 3-element architecture.
Unfortunately, we are running out of time, so we'll only have time for one more question. Robert Coppinger from Spaceflight Magazine, if you could close this out.
Sure. So you call this the sustaining lunar development opportunity, and you're going to require landers to take cargo and equipment to the moon if you're going to build on each mission to extend your capability on the lunar surface. So we've talked a lot about today about taking crew to the surface, but can you just talk about, is there more to this sustaining development opportunity you're going to have? Is part of the competition also going to be delivering cargo and equipment to the surface? And I think maybe also, if you can clarify, you mentioned uncrewed and crewed, and I think maybe there's a little bit of confusion between an uncrewed demo of a lander that will carry crew, and then an uncrewed lander which will never have crew because it takes down cargo. Is that a confusion that's arisen today?
Yeah, I appreciate that. This is Lisa. I appreciate that question, actually, because our intention, I can see how that would need to be clarified. So the purpose of the uncrewed demo is to prove out from a safety standpoint that the lander system will be able to safely land. And so it is a critical part of the demonstration strategy that we have in mind before we're able to put crew on it. And then therein, like within a year later, we'll have the crewed demonstration. And we will use what we learned from the uncrewed in order to do that. Now, that uncrewed lander may also, we may leverage that landing to put some science on it. I think is what Jim was alluding to, trying to make the most out of each landing, as, landings are really precious to us. Now, within this lander construct, many of the industry providers have said that large cargo, we're talking in the 14-ton range, there's a lot of synergy between that type of large cargo delivery and their human landing system designs. As such, we are offering up, if they have that type of ability, to provide us price estimates on things like that.
Thank you all so much for joining today's call and for helping spread the news. As a reminder, you can listen to a replay of this teleconference later today by calling 866-455-0436. And replays will be available until April 23rd. As always, if there's any additional questions, I know we didn't make it to all the questions in the queue, so apologies for that. You can email Jimmy Russell or Janet Sudnick, and they will be happy to get you additional information. As a reminder, you can find PAO contact information for the Office of Communications at nasa.gov, and follow along and learn more about the Artemis program at nasa.gov/moon to Mars. Thanks again, and have a great day.
Oh, God! Jesus! Frickin'... Ow! Stop doing that! Oh, what the frick, man? Guys, I have to boost the audio. I have to boost the audio because you want to hear what it's like unboosted? Here, look. I have to boost their audio because this is what it sounds like. Here, I'll play it back. Ready?
Some important tests coming up.
This is at 100% volume, cranked through OBS without the booster.
Some of the areas that we are interested in and concerned with, as are they. And so collectively, the team, the NASA team,
this is with the boost.
Subject matter experts from us in a myriad of areas, and we're working deeply with them to make sure that we have the right risk-based insight that's needed.
Because I have the audio boosted, I mean, you guys say it's audible, but if I played it at that, everyone would be whining about it not being audible. You could say it's clear. You'd be wrong. I'm telling you. I won't boost it next time, and watch, there will be a myriad of people in chat saying I can't hear anything, but that's fine. So, because I have to boost the audio, sometimes it gets overdriven, and there's nothing I can really do about that. Except, I mean, we could underdrive it, just go unboosted. But then the entirety of chat is going to be focusing on the audio and not actually focusing on the subject matter. So, I mean, it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Breathtaking view of Orion. Ooh, I like that. So, yeah, fucking there you go. So let's see. What are we unpacking here, I guess? I mean, oh, that's no good. Hang on, I gotta adjust the lights. They're shooting out the lights. There we go. All right, so summary. Where's that damn press release? Hold on. So NASA wants to field 2 lunar landers. The thing is okay, let me just start by explaining, and then I'll tell you what I think about this. Some very interesting things are unpacked here. A new layout for the contracts opened up the doors for landers like MADV and Dynetics, as they don't have to baseline around government design. Yeah, no, Volgan, yours was a good question. Okay, so NASA wants 2 landers. Let's see. Here, I'll just read you guys the press release. It's a little bit more succinct. As NASA... Hey, Blueland, 79 months. Thanks, buddy. And thank you for the people that subbed during that meeting. I was trying to listen. The new lander will need to be sustainable, meaning no drop tanks, lander, and leaving descent stage on the moon. So rumors about the MADV lunar variant might be true. Yeah. Okay. As NASA makes strides to return humans to the lunar surface under Artemis, the agency announced plans Wednesday to create additional opportunities for commercial companies to develop a moon lander. Under this new approach, NASA is asking American companies to propose lander concepts capable of ferrying astronauts between the lunar orbit and the lunar surface for missions beyond Artemis 3, which will land the first astronauts on the moon in more than 50 years. Built and operated according to NASA's long-term requirements at the moon, new landers will have the capability to dock to a lunar orbiting space station known as Gateway, increase crew capacity, and transport more science and technology to the surface. Under Artemis, NASA will carry out a series of groundbreaking missions on and around the moon to prepare for the next giant leap for humanity, a crew mission to Mars. Competition is critical to our success on the lunar surface and beyond, ensuring we have the capability to carry out a cadence of missions over the next decade. I'd like to thank the President and the Congress for their support of this new astronaut lander opportunity, which ultimately will strengthen and increase flexibility for the Artemis missions. NASA plans call for long-term lunar exploration and include landing the first woman and the first person of color on the moon as part of future Artemis missions. The agency is pursuing 2 parallel paths for continuing lunar lander development and demonstration. One that calls for additional work under an existing contract with SpaceX, and the other open call to all other U.S. companies to provide a new landing demonstration mission from lunar orbit to the surface of the moon. No, wrong bill, Dr. J. Wrong bill. Oh, that would have been great, JSP, yeah. But it's a great impression, but you're speaking way too fast. My immersion is ruined. Yeah, I know, Dr. J. They do, now that I'm thinking about it. Let's see. So, in April 2021, NASA selected SpaceX as its partner to land American astronauts on the lunar surface. That demonstration mission is targeted for no earlier than April of 2025, exercising an option under the original award. NASA is now asking SpaceX to transform the company's proposed human landing system into a spacecraft that meets the agency requirements for recurring services for a second demonstration mission. Pursuing more development work under the original contract maximizes NASA's investment and partnership with SpaceX. To bring a second entrant to the market for development of a lunar lander in parallel with SpaceX, NASA will issue a draft solicitation in the coming weeks. This upcoming activity will lay out the requirements for future development and demonstration lunar landing capability to take astronauts between orbit and the surface of the moon. This effort is meant to maximize NASA's support for competition and provides redundancy in services to help ensure NASA's ability to transport astronauts to the lunar surface. This upcoming second contract award, known as Sustaining Lunar Development Contract, combined with the second option under SpaceX's original landing award, will pave the way to future recurring lander transportation services for astronauts on the moon. Yeah, next time I should call in and I should talk like this. I don't think anyone would ever suspect anything. I have a question for Bill. I wouldn't do that. That's very disrespectful. That would be... Yeah, that's a good way to not get invited back to the press conference, dudes. Yeah, they would be like, yeah, you can't come back here. Just leave. No, I wouldn't do that. Look, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, right? Like, I don't do that to make fun of the guy. It's just a very, very, very old school way of speaking. Yeah, that's real. That's a real old school Florida accent. Yeah. Cherokee's like, we're gonna need you to not be involved with anything NASA. So you're flattered by Zoidberg. Of course I am. Why not Zoidberg? I missed it. Is there a TLDR in what they announce? SpaceX keeps their landing in the future. Yeah, alright, so here, let me draw you out a diagram. So alright, you have time keeps on slipping into the future. So you have time here, and here is now, this is then.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Okay? So, you have HLS, right? HLS is up here. This contract was awarded actually over here somewhere. So this contract is for one uncrewed landing and then one crewed landing. Okay? Down here, well, right now you have SLD, this new program called Sustainable Lunar Development. And Sustainable Lunar Development should have an uncrewed landing like right here, and then a crew landing like right here. Okay? It's basically the second lander program. Now, it's important to understand that HLS originally had two... What the hell was that noise? Kerbal? Who put this out? How did this get out here? Alright, who left it in neutral? Who left it in neutral? You didn't put the chocks under it. Shame. Kerbal's just doing its own thing. It's haunted, man. It's not October. Wait a minute. Alright. I still had Kerbal up, apparently. Which is very weird. I don't know why I wouldn't have paused that, but it doesn't matter. So, let me do this. We're working on some fun in Kerbal. Alright. So, Sustainable Lunar Development, right, is uncrewed and then crewed. Now, here's the thing about Sustainable Lunar Development, and to my knowledge... Okay, yeah, alright. We need to go back to HLS here, okay? So...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
How did it find its way into the water over there? Maybe I was taking inputs from the joystick, who knows? So... You got to rewind a little bit to understand the context in which is going on here. So, in 2020, NASA rolled out with their HLS program. The HLS program was an option to get a lunar lander on the books for the Artemis program, okay? The HLS program's foundations are in the 2017 NASA Transitional Authorization Act, if people want to go look that up. And the HLS program came on the books in 2020. HLS had originally planned for 2 landers, okay? play 30-month resub. Two landers for sustainable development. Kind of like SLD right now, but they planned on having 2 landers, down selecting 2. There were 3 competitors: SpaceX, the national team led by Blue Origin, and Dynetics, a Leidos company. I don't know if you knew that. They're a Leidos company. I don't know if you knew that. I'm just telling you. Relax. Okay, so we had 3 competitors here. Now, the HLS program wanted to select 2. So then they went to Congress in 2020 and asked, hey, we're going to need $1 billion to develop this lander, at least to start, if we want to pick 2. And Congress went back at them and said, oh, yeah, landing on the moon? Oh, I'll give you 250 million. And NASA said that's like a quarter of what we need, right? Those numbers are made up. I know it was a quarter of what they asked for. And so NASA said, okay, is there any wiggle room there? And Congress said, no, there is not any wiggle room there. We're busy doing congressional things. It's like, oh, all right. Okay. So NASA went back and they modified HLS. They modified the HLS contract. They added 2 big stipulations. The first thing that they added to HLS was the fact that they could choose 2 landers, 1 lander, or nothing. They put contract stipulations into the HLS contract, or they put stipulations into the HLS contract that they could choose 1 lander, 2 landers, or 0 landers. Because they were cash strapped. They didn't get the money that they asked for. Okay. So, they didn't get the money that they were asked for, whatever, that's fine. The second thing that they changed to the HLS contract was the fact that you could lower, and this one is big. This is very, very, very big and important to understand. This is the more important one. Okay? The second thing that they said was that you can lower your bid and fund your own lander if you choose to. Basically saying, if your lander's going to cost $1 billion, you can bid $500 million as long as you provide the $500 million to make $1 billion. You can privately fund this lander if you want to. They really have never done that before, to my knowledge. I could be wrong. So what happened is that SpaceX got wind of when they changed the contract in the summer of 2020 and said, oh, crap, they made it so we could fund it. So they drastically lowered their bid. The national team and Dynetics did not. They tried to highball it, saying like, oh, they must have missed the memo or something. I don't freaking know. Did you get that memo? So, come to the end of 2020, or September of 2020, HLS contract gets awarded to SpaceX because their bid is lower than anybody. It's the only thing that NASA could approve. It's the only thing that NASA could approve. The HLS program is for that uncrewed and that crewed landing on Artemis 3. Hey Horizon, thanks for the raid. Thank you very much. You guys know my buddy Horizon Side. You want to really get down into the nuts and bolts of physics and stuff. Horizon Side is your guy. So it was for 2 landings, 1 crew and 1 uncrewed landing. Right? That promptly sent Congress and the 2 contractors that didn't win any awards into a frenzy. Congress said, wait, you said you were choosing 2. And NASA said, yeah, we were choosing 2 if you gave us the money to fund 2 of them. And Congress said, no, you said you would choose 2. No. You got to change this. You got to change this so you have 2 landers. This isn't, no, you can't just have 1. You can't just have 1. You can't just have 1. That's not right. Can't do that. So NASA said, all right, give us more money then. Give us more money then. Now, fast forward on the other side of the pandemic, etc., etc. Actually, I should also note that Blue Origin filed an injunction in the Court of Federal Claims saying that the contract was wrongfully awarded because NASA changed the criteria. They changed those 2 things. And it turns out that NASA can change whatever the hell they want. They're NASA. You're bidding on a NASA contract. It seems like the national team missed the memo that NASA changed the nomenclature in the contract. Not their problem. Not their problem. And Blue said, oh, you can't change it. Well, not Blue Origin. The national team said, oh, you can't change the rules halfway through. And NASA said, why not? We're NASA. It's our lander. What are you talking about? And that held up in the Court of Federal Claims, but it delayed the Human Landing System program by, I don't know, a year. So, fast forward to now. Now we'll go back to my chart. So you have HLS, and HLS has the Uncrewed in 24 and the crew landing in 25. And then Sustainable Lunar Development probably is 26 and 27 for crew and uncrew, right? Now, after these contracts, so 27 through, I don't know, 37, right? There should be, if I heard that right, there should be 10 landings, pretty much landing every year. That's what Bill said. What's interesting to me here, fellas, is, and this is the part where I'm like, I'm not 100% sure on this. So please, you tell me if I'm not getting this correct. It looks like that SpaceX is not allowed to bid on the initial contracts for sustainable lunar development. So they can't bid on these missions right here. They can bid on the missions that are here from soon to then, right? And that is option B. That's option B of the HLS down select. They can choose to use Starship for future missions, or they don't have to choose. Now, fellas, that's right. Okay, I can explain this if you want. Might be easier in voice. I'm good. Have the press memo in front of me. Is that any different than what I'm reading right here? They added an additional HLS landing. Option B is only for SpaceX. So SpaceX has a chance to basically get in on SLD when the HLS program is concluded, right? And then we'll get one landing every year, etc., 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 right? All the way to when we decide that we've gone to the moon sustainably, whenever that may be. Option B includes an extra Starship landing, and that is happening. Should make more than one landing per year. I don't understand. Will the second lander be on top of Starship? Swishio, I would like to say yes, but it didn't seem like that's what they were getting at. It seems like it's one landing per year with alternating landers, so... Thank you for the explanation. So I'm misunderstanding it as a good thing. I don't know. Once a year makes me sad. Agreed. That's not sustainable at all. And, you know, before people say, oh, EJ, aren't you the one that says, you know, be careful about what you say about what's sustainable and what isn't? Well, the Apollo was landing the Apollo program was landing pretty much twice a year, and that was ruled as not sustainable. There's your datum right there. There's your datum of measurement. If 2 landings on the moon aren't sustainable, why does anybody think that 1 is? Honest question. If anyone can answer that, I'd be really curious, right? The plan is to move the missions up to be 6 months long. Okay. Think of these as the COTS demo flights and soon after being CRS missions. Yeah, so SLD, the HLS program will basically be absorbed into the SLD program if NASA sees fit. And then you have 2 lunar landers, just as Congress originally wanted, but were too stupid to understand that they could have had that right out of the box instead of overcomplicating things. Yeah, you could say that. You could say that's not right, but that's literally what happened. So that's basically the plan. SLD is basically the option for the second lander, guys. NASA has selected Starship for an additional mission to the moon with astronauts as part of the Artemis program. Good. So basically, SpaceX can't bid on SLD because it's a development contract, but they can bid on future landings. So yeah, once SLD gets past these demo flights here, that's when both of the landers can bid on the Artemis missions from there on. Now, this one right here, guys, that's Artemis 3. Okay? And then I'm going to assume that this one is probably Artemis 4 or 5. And then 6, 7, 8, 9, etc., etc. I think that's what's going on here. I'm pretty sure that's it. Now, okay. Vulcan, am I in the ballpark here? I'm pretty sure I nailed it. I'm pretty sure this is right. But if anybody has any objections, ideally what mission will start the moon base? I don't know. There's an additional crew flight in the HLS branch now, so there could be another flight. Well, not could be. There will be another crew flight. So crew flight 28 here, and then after that, you're pretty much dead on. All right, cool. So this will basically give us 2 landers in the long run, guys. That's good. That's not the worst. Yeah, why didn't NASA do the lander again? Sustainability, Procyon. Would SpaceX violate any rules if they decided to land more than the planned launches on the moon, in theory? I don't think so, Alucard. I think they're subject to the Artemis Accords, I think. But, well, Vulcan, here's the thing. You're talking about MADV. It's all SLS, always has been. There's a thing in here. Lockheed Martin had a teaser the other day, right there. Patience, MADV fans. Yeah, see? That was a couple of days ago, so I would go ahead and say that Lockheed's probably going to bid MADV for the SLD contract. I can't prove that, though. Whoa. Wait a minute, really? Oh, now I just feel like a dick. All right. I'll follow you back, bros. What's MADV? You'll like MADV. It's pretty cool. Here, I'll just show you a picture of it. Yeah, that's MADV right there. What's the situation like with bulk cargo to the surface? It looks like that SLD has stipulations for cargo and crew. Now, GrabShark, if I had to guess, like, you know, people said that this is basically, this right here, these two is basically COTS, right? And then over here, you have commercial resupply services / commercial crew program. That's what these are. So there's stipulations on these being cargo landings, which could be more than once a year. Obviously, they wouldn't be aiming for cargo to have cargo resupply services to the moon if they were planning on just sending one thing out to the moon. My guess is that we'll see multiple launches to the moon in a year, and one of those launches will be crewed. something similar to how Dragon doesn't always fly to the space station. It flies like, I don't know, every once in a while out to the space station. But Antares, Progress, Cargo Dragon, those are flying way more frequently. I think they're setting themselves up for that. That sounds about right. Which, guys, I don't really have a problem with this. This seems right to me. I would be remiss to say that. I think it's really stupid that we had to make another lunar landing program on top of HLS. That's really dumb. I really don't like that. HLS had all the stipulations to do this, and because Congress ruined it. No, not ruined it. That's not the right way to say it. It's a give and take game, okay? Like I don't understand why we just didn't exercise the down select option for HLS. Why did we make a new program? I'm not really. It just seems like needless complication, but I'm sure there's something that I'm not getting here. It's more complicated than that. It always is. Yeah, Vulcan. They failed to understand the game concept. Yeah, I guess. Would cargo need to stop at gateway or direct descent to surface? I guess Ordon, that probably depends on what they're proposing. Guys, so positives here. If NASA is setting this up for cargo resupply, right? And gateway resupply, and crew missions on top of that, that means more than one SLS launch a year. That means one crew SLS launch a year. Make sense? I told you there's scalability in the SLS program. They have scalability built into it from the start. It's built in. Think about that for a second. Now, everybody hears one crew launch to the moon a year and thinks, what if there was like 4 SLS launches to the moon and 3 of them were cargo and 1 of them were crew every year? Would that be cool? Yeah, Dredd, that's why I'm here. That's why I have a job, because I translate what the frick they're saying into common words. A certain epic contract that we learned from SpaceX. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I showed that article that Lavi wrote on here, Vulcan. That's only cool if we're staying 12 months per rotation. I agree. Well, they're going for sustainable presence, so what the heck else would they do? Now we only need Omega back. I have a feeling Omega's coming back, Ditour. I have a feeling. Current events have made Antares infeasible in the future. I have a feeling we're going to see Omega soon. But I can't prove that. That's literally just my gut. That's not based off of anything that I heard ever. That's just my gut. I have a feeling that we might see it sooner rather than later. Once again, that's Space Fan EJ, not News Reporter EJ, okay? Just bear with me on that one. We need quarterly crew launches with month resupply. I want 100 plus moon base. Rome wasn't built in a day, man, but I agree with you. Your gut is moving in the right direction. Are you calling me fat? Are you calling me fat? So, guys, we are in a situation like this isn't bad. It's not bad. I just wish NASA could orate it better. They literally suck. They're terrible at telling you what the heck's going on. Like this is bad. I want Jim back. No, it's fine. It just takes a second to wade through all of it. No, he's saying you're Yarganan ant? Can you yarg while you are yogurt? Sure, why not? Yeah, I'm not fat, Vulcan. You're fat. Anyway. So, I like that office wish, yo. That's nice. Rude. You were rude to me first. No. Anyway, let's just hope they're doing science. Are you going to do any science on that mission where you landed on the moon? Hey, if the moon was made out of cheese, would you eat it? Hey. Yeah. Wait, what's that guy's name? Ah, Cubs win! Cubs win! I forget the dude's name. Harry Carey. That's right. Hi! Oh, look at that hit! If the moon was made out of cheese, would you eat it? Is that scientific? All right, anyway. Yeah, Joe, it's pretty damn funny, actually. He called us fat. Hibbett's like, I'm fat. Nothing wrong with that. Don't be ashamed of who you are. So the federal government scatters your people to the wind. What doesn't kill you, it makes you stronger. The international situation is different today, so NASA is more and more reluctant to reveal its strategy. No, Sir Toy, they said exactly what I said, only I said it in a way that people understand. I'm sad. My mom sat on my iPhone and now it's my iPad. Jesus Christ. Did you see the water leak in Mars' EVA suit? Uh-oh. Yeah. So, yeah, fellas, this sustainable lunar development is pretty good. I don't really mind it. It seems okay. I'd probably still have to go read the contract just to be absolutely sure. There is one thing that I can't... I would be remiss to not mention this, fellas, but... Okay, and once again, this is me still trying to figure things out. And so, think about this like more just me kind of regurgitating ideas or just what I think about this. This is nothing. This is not official news. So, guys, all right, what I can tell here, I'm worried because option B, so the idea of incorporating this into a lunar resupply program. So option B, here, let me just put the B over here. Option B for HLS right here is just that. It's an option. I'm not really liking that NASA's giving themselves an out like that, especially with a developed lunar lander by that point. So the HLS contract has option B, and in option B of the HLS contract, that basically says that NASA can carry over the HLS lunar lander, so Lunar Starship, over into these resupply missions over here, okay? But it's just that. It's an option. Sustainable lunar development and from what I understand, the Sustainable Lunar Development Lander does not have said option. So NASA seems to be leaving themselves an out to be able to only have, to like in the future, use one lander. Am I understanding that right? I really hope that's not the case. I'd be a little bit concerned if it was. Anyone care to explain? SpaceX has to reconfigure their lander to the new requirements used by SLD. And what if they don't meet those requirements? Are they going to use SpaceX to land people on the moon twice and then just say, nah, never mind? Putting on Mars. Okay. The guy said at the end, if Congress doesn't give them the right funding, something like that could happen. I don't like that, Kev. I don't like them giving themselves an out like that. I really hope I'm wrong. Maybe learning from Commercial Crew. In what regard, Remo? What are we learning from Commercial Crew? If you're going to if you're going to apply the logic of what I understand this program to be, that would be like NASA choosing Starliner and Dragon and then halfway through being like, nah, never mind, we don't want to use Dragon, we just want to use Starliner. I don't like that. I really don't like that they have an out like that, and that's why I think I really don't like that Sustainable Lunar Development is its own program. That doesn't make a lot of sense. It's probably a trivial change. What can't Starship do that another lander will? Maybe they wanted to do that to Starliner and they couldn't. Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe. Refuel on the surface. I don't like that it has an out, Vulcan. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. If HLS has an out, SLD should have an out as well. The fact that it doesn't is really, really concerning. It's not top heavy, Smirks. The engines are in the bottom. Those are the heaviest components. What are you talking about? It's tail heavy, just like the shuttle was. So, Rocket Guy, NASA announced a new lunar lander program today called SLD, Sustainable Lunar Development. And Sustainable Lunar Development is basically HLS 2.0, from what I understand. It is the second program to allow for 2 lunar landers for the Artemis program. Sustainable Lunar Development will start RFPs in the summer. They'll down select again. SpaceX isn't allowed to bid on SLD because they have HLS, right? And the preparations for SLD will be an uncrewed landing in 2026 of the lander and a crew landing in 27, from what I understand. With that being said, NASA also exercised a clause in the HLS program to do a second crew lunar landing with Starship. So now Starship has 2 crewed lunar landings on the books and 1 uncrewed to precurse both of those. And then after all that is said and done, NASA seems to be moving towards a commercial resupply, commercial crew style program for the landing element for Artemis. Meaning that after that, they'll take HLS and the SLD lander and alternate them like they have Starliner and Dragon and, Soyuz, Progress, Dragon cargo, and use that to resupply Gateway and the lunar surface. And those will be the missions. Those will be the missions basically out into the 2030s for the Artemis program. Did you fix the Xbox? I couldn't get it to work. Rocket Guy, there is one thing that I'm like, about. From what I drew this nice fancy chart, right? So we have HLS, SLE, SLD, uncrew, and this is whether it's uncrewed or crewed. This is the year. So 2024, 2025, crew landing 2025. This one is the Artemis 3 mission. This one is maybe Artemis 4. And this one is Artemis 5, from what I can tell. There's a thing, though. My thing is that HLS has a clause called Option B. Option B is basically rolling over the HLS and SLD programs into one program that will mimic the commercial resupply and commercial crew program, which is this bracket over here, okay? Option B gives NASA the option to drop Starship if they really don't want it, if it doesn't meet their requirements. I don't like that. I really don't like it. They have an out with HLS, but they do not have an out with SLD, to my knowledge. I'd have to go read the contracts. But, yeah, I'm not a fan of that. I don't like that at all. What's SLD? Sustainable Lunar Development. It's NASA's program to field a second lunar lander, so they have a more sustainable way to get to the moon. And then Rocket Guy Bill also said that baseline missions initially will be 1 crew mission out to the moon per year. But with cargo variants of landers and cargo variants of Starship, that will not mean that we're launching once to the moon every year. And it won't even mean that SLS will launch once to the moon every year. It feeds into what I was saying a little bit a couple of months ago, at this point, about SLS being highly scalable. By 2025, SLS should be able to sustain 4 launches a year. I don't see why it wouldn't. Anybody that says, no, but they said one launch a year. Okay, yeah, that's baseline. That's minimum baseline. One crew launched to the year, per year. So I think that cargo variants of SLS will start popping up with that EUS sooner rather than later, especially if SLD requires SLS to launch. And I have a feeling, call me crazy, fellas, but I have a feeling that the SLD lander is going to use SLS in some way, shape, or form. I just call it another gut feeling, okay? And no, I'm not being told this by anybody, all right? Not being told this by no one. I'm not paid to say anything. I just have a feeling it's going to use SLS. Now, I know what people are going to say. Well, why? Okay, why would you think that? Well, what the frick else is going to be able to, A, compete with Starship, and B, be able to get to the moon sustainably? NASA, this contract, and this is why Vulcan's question was so important. At the very end of that meeting that we were listening to, Vulcan asked the question about what's the baseline for the architecture. Do you need a 3-stage lander, 2-stage, 1-stage? What do you need? NASA said, we would prefer a more sustainable way, so the less drop tanks, the more reusability would be better. Okay, all right. So we want a single stage to orbit lander, something to compete with Starship. The only thing I can think of is MADV. That's the only proposal on the table that exists. Keep in mind, we might see more in the future. That's the only one I know that can exist. MADV is really, really freaking cool, but it's also freaking massive. It's huge. It's a big, 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 big piece of equipment. Almost as big as Starship. There's a picture of it behind me with people. The cool thing about MADV is it's basically a Centaur stage. There's a Centaur 5 in here, fellas, for the most part. Centaur 5, 4 RL-10s, and then a crew compartment up at the top. Yeah, that's basically what it is. So, like I said, it's going to have to be something that's single stage, something that's more sustainable, and you're going to need to get that thing out to the moon. Are there launch vehicles that can move something like that out to the moon without copious refueling? No. Oh, except for one. Now, this is a picture by Mac Crawford over at NASA. I think Mac just does freelance 3D. But, yeah, this picture exists. Well, Ian, ML2 is currently in development hell, but you don't see the funding. Yeah, you say that. You say you don't see the funding, but if NASA just goes to Congress and says we need 20 SLS rockets for one crew landing a year for the next 20 years, Congress is going to go, no. But if NASA goes to Congress and says, well, we're going to need more SLS rockets because we want 2 lunar landers. Remember those 2 lunar landers that you wanted? Yeah, well, we need more SLSs to get one of those out to the moon because you wanted 2 lunar landers. Remember? Congress, oh, yeah, more SLS launches. So the sustainable lunar development, I think, is really, well, the name implies what it does. Ian, I honestly think, because now, if Lockheed proposes MADV and NASA down selects something like that to compete with Starship, then now you're going to need more SLSs. See what I'm talking about? SLS isn't sustainable. Yes, it is. Yeah, Sleeper, I'm kind of annoyed by people saying that all the time. They're just regurgitating stuff that they heard and they didn't actually look at it. It absolutely is sustainable. You know how I know? What's the other way we get to the moon? Starship? Okay, that's great. Starship, lovely. Is Starship more sustainable? How do you compare sustainability? What are we sustaining it to? Another rocket that goes to the moon? Oh wait, we don't have those. Yeah, so how can you say it's unsustainable? You're not going to know whether it's sustainable, because A, you have nothing to compare it to right now, and B, even if you do have something to compare it to, you still have to launch it to be able to compare those. So saying that this program is unsustainable is dumb. That's really stupid. That is a really stupid, short-sighted thing to say. SLS is unsustainable. Yeah, okay, that's easy for you to say. It hasn't happened. How do you know? What, could you have a crystal ball? Can you predict the future? No, that's not how this works. That's not how it works at all. So let's just stow that talk that it's not sustainable, because people that spout that nonsense have no idea what they're saying. You just read that. You read that in some stupid article somewhere. And I know what people are going to say now. Oh, the Investigator General report, though, EJ. That's what he said. You know that's based off of his opinion, right? You can go read it. Go read the Investigator General report. Seriously, go do it. He'll say, in my expert opinion, it's unsustainable. And then proceeds to provide no intimate details as to why it's unsustainable. It was so much to the point where the Inspector General asked NASA for an integrated master schedule funding analysis, and NASA said, I can't get you that because I don't know how much it's going to cost because we haven't launched it yet. Go read the IG report. I'll link it up for you. NASA said, no, that's not right. Yeah. So let's just take that whole SLS isn't sustainable thing and just put it over here in the trash bin of bad takes about SLS. There's a lot of trash. A lot of trash over there. Oh, nice, Uncrewed. Congratulations. I mean, that would be a good lever to get Rule 8 support, but at the same time, I could see NASA going, can we get 10 more SLS conferences? Absolutely. Take 14. Nah, Ian, this is way more sustainable in this way if you need to give it a datum. Part of the Apollo program was that the goal was meaningless. It was just get back to the moon. And once you get back to the moon, goal's completed, program's done. You have all these programs that promote synergy. No, you have all these different NASA programs that are woven together. Commercial Crew is a good example. How sustainable would Commercial Crew be if there was no ISS? So Commercial Crew is sustainable because it's depending on another program. That makes it so both of these programs are extremely unlikely to get canceled. That's sustainable. And if we can pull the same thing off with the moon, I already know that SLS's architecture is highly scalable just from looking at the engineering. You can just tell by how they set it up. Oh yeah, and Mobile Launcher 2 is being built right now, by the way. Just keep that on the down low. So if you weave these programs together like a big quilt of NASA programs, right, then it will provide more sustainability. And maybe that's what the Inspector General was alluding to. Maybe he was arguing in favor. Nobody took it that way, but maybe he is. Who knows? How is option B an out for HLS if it's just Commercial Crew for landers? Well, Rocket Guy, they said that option B for SLS is just that. It's an option. They can exercise it or not to roll HLS into SLD, and then whatever that will become, whatever resupply service or crew program that could become, it's an option. That doesn't mean that you have to do it. SLD doesn't have that same option. So we could be stuck with MADV for future Artemis missions. And once again, that's just me kind of going through the motions. I don't know if that's right. I'd have to go read the contract. And once again, I made it very clear when I said this that I don't know if that's correct. I mean, Ian, if I was the NASA administrator, these programs would be so tightly wound together, it would look like a baseball stitch. It would be impossible. It would be impossible to get to cancel anything. It would be nigh impossible. I would convolute that system so much that Congress would look at it and be like, you just keep doing your thing, man. I'd do it on purpose because frick 'em. Well, not frick 'em, but you get the idea. Not use it. I'm not allowing NASA. I wouldn't allow NASA, any NASA program to be, subject to political whims. That's bullcrap. No, frick 'em. Yep. Jim laid a very stable foundation. He knows how to play Congress like a fiddle. And Ian, as bad as an orator as Bill is, Bill sucks at telling you things.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
He's really good at doing this. Men single-handedly put SLS back on the table. I mean, you can say whatever you want. He saved he pulled SLS out of the ashes of the Constellation program. And you know, I know the popular take of everybody on the internet, oh, SLS is, it's unsustainable. We should have just canceled Constellation. It should all be commercial. Yeah, that's a lukewarm take at best. Like, seriously, that's that's gas station hot dog lukewarm, all right? That's a terrible take. That is a terrible way to look at things. Hey, Kronos, what's up, dude? Dude, good job on that building, man. It looks real good. Yeah, I know, Salty, all right. My concern is this. The funding for SLD can't be much more than HLS. What if companies don't lower their prices? It almost happened with HLS. Yeah, who knows? But Orange Rocket bad. Yeah, I know. Everybody likes to just spout that like they have some hot, game-changing take. It's really, honestly, getting about as disgusting as a gas station hot dog at this point. You only eat that, dude. You only eat that if you're desperate, man. And you're gonna pay for it later on the toilet. Missed a chance to say gas station burger. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know, guys. I'll let you guys decide whether it's sustainable or not. We'll see. Only time will tell. Lukewarm plastic hot dog. The best hot dog I've ever had was from a gas station. Lassie, you need to come over here, and we'll get you a good wiener to put in your mouth. You get what I'm trying to say. Gas station sushi is the winner. Huh? Sorry, I had to cap my rant off with something funny. How have you been doing? I'm good, Sleepy. How are you? Gas station hot dogs are not sustainable. That's right. I'll take things EJ regrets saying for 200. No, just had to lighten the mood a little bit. Sorry, Vasia was at your expense. My bad. I wouldn't do it to somebody that I didn't know wouldn't find it funny, though. That's the thing. Put it in your mouth. Wait, what? Put this dog in your mouth. Is gas station sushi sustainable? If you like bowel movements, sure. I mean, I don't want gas station sushi. I don't want that at all. I don't know. No, thank you. Is hot dogs an instrument? Yeah. Also, can we just sit here and look at Matt Crawford's render of MADV on just... Yeah, I have a feel... EJ's gut's telling him that that's coming in the future. And you know what? I'm okay with this. I'm okay with this. Sleepy, been stressful, EJ, but hanging in there. Your dad got COVID, it's kind of bad. And some lasting brain damage from it, so I've been taking care of. Oh, jeez, Sleepy, I'm sorry, man. I'll keep him in my thoughts, buddy. Jeez. Yeah, MADV is really cool. I'd love to see MADV, but scaled up. It's pretty big by itself, bud, but all right. Guys, that's basically an EUS and a space shuttle combined into one vehicle. Actually, it's more like Centaur 5 and the space shuttle combined into one, which is pretty cool. It's like the shuttle's ugly, tiny cousin. Yep. Help. Dr. J, what'd you do? Can MADV re-enter and land back on Earth? Nope, it's a lander. No, it doesn't have to. Do you see SLS as always being an integral part to lunar exploration? Always as in for 2 decades or more, or being an igniter for the lunar commercial industry, and then ramping down once commercial ramps up? I kind of see it as the latter, but I wouldn't mind seeing the former. If they get prices down and launch 4 times per year. Ian, there's what I want, and then there's what most likely will happen. I think it being the Kickstarter to drive the lunar economy would probably be the good start. Just like, I mean, wasn't really supposed to end up like this, but the space shuttle ended up driving the commercial market in low Earth orbit. It was for the wrong reasons, but it did. It was basically because at the end of the program, the commercial partner said, yeah, we can do better than that. That thing's a piece of junk. I mean, but it's not. I love the space shuttle for what it's worth. I don't know if SLS is going to take that path. I would prefer a more sustainable handoff, if you ask me. Now, that's what I think is going to happen. What I would want to happen. What I would want to happen is for SLS to fly more, not less, and establish basically a logistics route to the moon. Now, honestly, with SLS, Delta V requirements and whatnot, you could basically launch an SLS once a month. You could do it. It's possible. The lunar phasing is pretty much once a month. That's about the maximum we can do. Now, what is that, 12 launches a year? In 15 years, as long as and this is what I mean about SLS, it has the scalability to do this. You have more high bays. Michoud can be scaled up. Absolutely. You can always buy more rocket engines. And the more you buy in bulk, the price goes down. Simple as that. I don't care what anybody says. You're wrong. If you buy more, it's the unit price goes down. That's true with spacecraft. It's true with buying toilet paper. If we buy more SLSs and we put it to work, not necessarily a crew launch once a month, even though I would really, really, really appreciate that, SLS could be scaled. You have 2 high bays. You had 2 launch pads. You're gonna need another pad to get around the bottlenecks, or they could just use one. I don't think that's very sustainable using one, but because in case one goes down for whatever reason, or you need to refurbish it or whatever, having 2 is always a good idea. It's 2-fault redundancy in the program, and a redundancy is a redundancy. In any other way, you don't really want redundancy, but with the space program, you really want redundancy. Yeah, that's a very sustainable way to do things, having redundancy. And once again, maybe that's what the Inspector General meant when he said that SLS is unsustainable, because it doesn't have any redundancy in it. Who knows? Maybe that's what the guy meant. Ian, we'd need another pad. We'd need 39C, and it would need to be connected to the crawlerway, and it would need to be a carbon copy of 39B, because SpaceX ain't giving 39A back. That's not happening. That ship sailed a long time ago. And I'm a little bummed that you'll never see a crawler crawl up 39A again. That's really annoying, but it is what it is. Who knows? Maybe one will pop up with Starship. Maybe SpaceX will decide to move to a clean pad design. I don't know. Maybe that happens in the future. Now, you have the high bays in the VAB. 2 high bays would be enough. 2 high bays, you need to redo CT1. You'd need a second mobile launcher. Both of your mobile launchers would need to be re-equipped for. They would need to be re-equipped for launching Block 1B. And yeah, that's what I would like to see. I think you could do 1 launch a month with that cadence. Yeah, you'd need to ramp it up, but the price would go down over time to the point where SLS could be a very low-cost alternative, like the post office is. Now, like I said, do I think that's what I want to happen? Do I think that's what's going to end up happening? I don't know. What I think should happen, though, is, believe it or not, Ian, I think all of those things should happen. SLS should always be there as a redundancy. Because NASA, I wholly believe with all my heart that NASA should have their own redundant capability to commercial. Because you want to talk about sustainability? That's the most sustainable. Is it the least expensive? No, but the name of the game here is sustainability, right? You know, your car is reusable. If your car was one-time use, it wouldn't be very sustainable, is it? And some would argue that cars nowadays aren't sustainable, even now. You know what I mean? I would want SLS to ramp up, and I would want the commercial market to ramp up, because the true sustainable way in space is to have more rockets. And the even more sustainable way on top of that is to employ said rockets in mass. It's the only way that's the only way within the confines of how our system, how our civilization works, that it's going to be more sustainable. I'm not sure, Lloyd. The answer to the question isn't what will happen to SLS and lunar exploration, but more, what should NASA's role be? In that case, my experience says NASA should not be an operator, but as a tool to fund and bolster new markets. Yeah, Rocket Guy, I agree with you, but I always think NASA should have domestic launch capability. We should have an in-house space program redundant to our commercial program. Everyone's on the hype about sustainability. That's the most sustainable. And of course they could. What I'm telling you, if they could ramp up Michoud, why couldn't they? I'm telling you, that's already built into the design. The only reason SLS takes so long is because everything is shifted far apart. Well, it's taking so long right now because we're just at the very beginning. We have to ramp up. I'm telling you that ramp up capability is built into it. Because you don't, why would you assemble, Factorio players, why would you build a factory that can only produce one rocket per year? Why would you not build scalability into the design? That gives you more flexibility, so in case you need to make two or produce rockets in parallel, you can do that. That's already built into the design. If you want to build it to make one, you might as well build it to make two, just in case. I think it can be done. I think it should be done. I mean, Michoud already did it with Saturn V's. They had like 4 or 5 Saturn V S1Cs being worked on all at once in that place. You telling me we can't do that with core stages? That can be done. Didn't processing for STS-1 also take a while? Yeah, Joe, it's because when you make a new launch vehicle, it takes time, right? Of course. Make Michoud into a production line. It already was with Saturn V's, but yeah, build MO2, convert High Bay 1, and aim to build 5 SLS launch vehicles per year. That's your perfect idea of SLS operations. It could scale to that. But this is not Factorio. All right. I'm not sure. Yeah, the Factorio was an analogy. It was an analog. It's not. That's why it's called an analog, not a parallel. I think it's doable. I think it's doable, and I think NASA should do it. Now, don't get me wrong. That's going to take time. It's going to take time to ramp it, which is why I liked Constellation so much, because Constellation pretty much had that built into it. It was going to ramp up from the start. If you want to make more Ares 5s, making Ares 1s is very easy. They use the same parts. And you'd start with Ares 1, and then you'd increase production over time, right? And then you can make Ares 5 out of Ares 1 parts, just like what they did with the Saturn program. Started with Little Joe, and then Saturn 1, and then Saturn 1B, and then Saturn 5, and then Saturn 5 Block 2. SLS just skipped right to Saturn 5, and we sit here, everybody sits here and wonders with a drooly face why it took so long. Because we literally went from Space Shuttle to nothing to a Saturn 5 size rocket. Of course it's going to take 10 years. It was a joke. So are you! No, yeah, I agree, yeah. With the joke. I don't know, yeah, yes. More hot dogs. The more I think about it, I agree with you. It's undoubtedly possible. We just need to get Rule 8s out of NASA and make them commit to long-term funding. Ian, at the end of the day, deadlines is the most sustainable, dude. It's true. It's the most sustainable. That's why I like Jim so much. Jim committed. Put his money where his mouth was. He committed to 2024. Because that's what needed to be done. Look, Bill is still riding that wave. All right? He's still riding that wave. I really wish Jim could have seen that rocket roll out. It's really disappointing that he wasn't there. Congress will never have the vision to mass produce rockets for use. Yeah. Yeah, of course, Bob. But you wind the programs together. You wind it together. You wind it together in a way where they have no choice. That's what Bill is very, very freaking good at. That's what he's good at. Because well, you know why he's good at it? Because he's one of them. Guy sucks at public speaking, I'll be honest with you, he's terrible. But him and his team, the background work that they've been doing, I don't have a problem with. It's pretty damn good. Well, Gil, the whole idea is to make the machine work for you. No, don't try to force Congress to work the machine. That's not how this works. That's not what the Apollo program did. The Apollo program interwound and spread out so many freaking contracts that no one could cancel it. No one could cancel it. And the only thing that could have canceled the Apollo program was it completing its goal. So, the more deadlines you put in, the more interim goals you put in, the more programs depending on one another, the more sustainable your program is. Or you wind it together where everything fails. Well, Rocket Guy, let me just put it to you like this. There's a reason why I don't like it when people say it's not sustainable based off of nothing, based off of their opinion. You know how I feel about opinions with when it comes to spaceflight architecture. Well, I learned it from you, believe it or not. Yeah, Ian, I don't think it's wise to strong-arm Congress like that. All right. I don't think it's wise to strong-arm Congress like this. Here's what I'd do. You have your ISS, you have commercial lunar exploration programs. You want to talk about winding programs together, here's how we wind programs together. You have your science mission directorate. And here's what I mean about winding these things together. I would wind these frickers together so freaking tight, no one would be able to touch nothing. All right? No one would be able to touch anything without losing a great bit of funding for NASA. Nobody would do it. What makes the ISS so sustainable? It depends on commercial crew. It depends on the astronaut program at Johnson. It depends on Kennedy Space Center. It depends on, well, it depended on Michoud at one point when it was the shuttle, right? It depends on Armstrong because that's another shuttle landing site. Here's what I would do. So you have the ISS go out. You have commercial low Earth or you have the Cleod stations, right? Now you have commercial crew to be able to go to those Cleod stations, right? The commercial low Earth orbit development, right? So you have commercial space stations now, and you have the commercial crew program sending people to these commercial stations, and you farm your science out, and you send astronauts up to these stations, and now you have cities up in space, right? Remo?
Hey, how are your frames and like you're all green?
Yep.
All right, cool.
Yep, connection's good.
All right. I can explain why later.
Okay. Now, you have that. Now you have commercial crew development. Now you start a program to enable on-orbit satellite operations for satellite servicing, right? Why would you do that? Extended mission duration, fixing satellites on orbit, not bringing them back down, fixing satellites on orbit. You rope that into the commercial crew program. And then on top of that, you rope that into sustainable climate satellite operations. You develop a modular satellite bus for commercial science, or for climate science and Earth observation satellites. So all these Sentinel, Landsat, all those satellites can be upgraded and serviced in space. And you pay commercial crew to go up and service these satellites and upgrade them for you. Bring down old components, put up new components. This makes this more sustainable. Now you have a sustainable economy. Now, and on top of that, now you have your science mission directorate intertwined with HEOMD. And Exploration Systems Development funding all these programs. On-orbit airlocks, satellite servicing missions with commercial partners. You could do the same thing with the moon. You have SLS, right? Now, you have what can SLS do? SLS can deliver landers. It can move science out there. Have SLS build a lunar observation satellite constellation that's designed for tracking. Build TDRS for the moon. SLS can do that. Starship could do that. Either one, whatever. Now you put a lander on SLS, and now Starship can also get out there as a lander. Now you have two ways to get to the moon. And if you give the communications network, why don't we just put Starlink on the moon? That make it so you can land anywhere, you'll have a connection, no problem. You'll always have a connection back to the surface. More sustainable that way. Starship's really good at doing that. SLS delivers the landers. Starship can also land. And then on top of that, you have lunar observation satellites that are studying the moon, like the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. And guess what? Guess what's coming? Modular satellite design. So you could send something out on SLS with Orion, and now you could service that satellite. You could change it. Oh, we don't want this satellite anymore. Okay, let's bring it back to the gateway and put it on Starship, and Starship could bring it home. Dude, there's so much stuff you could just rope together and intertwine. No one would be able to touch that. No one would be able to touch it. And what I just said basically includes every single NASA center, maybe except for Armstrong. You can rope all this together, man. You can rope everything together. Everything could be so tightly intertwined that it'd be impossible to get rid of it. They did it with SLS. We could do it and we could get it to work in our advantage. Oh, Forge, there's option B. You still have no budget. You still have no budget and barely quorum support. False. Swishio, that's not really how that works. NASA gets billions of dollars. The key is to have those billions of dollars that you get depend on each other. This isn't about getting more funding. And no, this would not need more funding. You know why? Because you rope down funding on one, you scale up another program. NASA's funding for programs should have development cycles, and once you move into operational status with said programs, well, flying a rocket isn't as cheap as building one. This is right from NASA. You could go read the systems engineering, all right? You make it so development for one program goes up and then goes down, and then when it goes down, another program to replacement goes up. The programs will just, it would be like killing one of those green things in Minecraft. You hit one and 5 other pop up. You hit those and 5 more pop up. One program goes down, the other program goes up. One program goes down, the other program goes up. It would look like 3-phase AC. It would be impossible to kill. And if you did that right and you wound your programs together correctly, NASA's budget will just incrementally increase to combat inflation. You don't need more funding. Slimes, there you go. Thank you. OSAM DOD is leading this effort. Yep. OSAM is SDS that wasn't funded. I love your gesticulating. Thank you. That's what you got to do. You could wind SLS to be sustainable for 100 freaking years if you know what you're doing. You could do the same with Starship. Like, this is what I mean when people take sides and say SLS is stupid. No, Starship is stupid. God damn it, is that short-sighted. These people have no clue. You have no clue what you're saying. Man, we can make this work. There's ways we can have everything. We can have all of it. And it wouldn't cost us billions of freaking dollars. Like, Rocket Guy, you know funding. Back me up on this. You just learned from Roscosmos they made Soyuz work for 60 years. And, yeah, that's funny. Ian, going back to it, you know what I would do? You know what I'd do as NASA administrator? And I just said, as space fans, we shouldn't be particular. I would pit my programs against each other. Not in-house NASA programs. Commercial. I'd go after commercial. Why? How would I do that? Well, okay. We have SLS right now, right? They have Starship. Why don't we build one? No new launch vehicles, I understand. We'll compete with SLS for now. Compete with it in scale. Ramp down SLS, start another program. Start another more sustainable program to compete with SpaceX. Make SpaceX up their game. This is what should be done. This is what should be done. You have to duplicate and elaborate. And I would put the national program trying to push the envelope against SpaceX trying to push the envelope. And you know what? Then you get an arms race between that. But still give them the funds. Still roll it around. Still fund commercial programs. SpaceX satellite servicing operations, Starlink operations for communication around the moon. And then maybe Starlink operations to Mars, transfer vehicles to Mars. If you can integrate multiple programs in a complementary fashion, it ensures success. Is part of the issue that the NASA administrator keeps changing? Do they need to stay for 10 or 15 years to keep things stable? Yeah, I think that might have something to do with it. Now, if you really wanted my honest opinion, NASA administrators, they should serve at the leisure of the executive branch, but it should be like, what is it, senators? Senators. It should be a 6-year term, honestly. It should be a 6-year term to basically, you know, worst case scenario, have the NASA administrator work with the incoming administration. There should be overlap, yeah. Yeah. No, Fair and Dragon. I know what that means. Nice. Why only NASA and SpaceX though? It doesn't have to just be NASA and SpaceX. It could be anything. Just any commercial contractor, anybody that wants to throw their hat into the ring. This is what's needed to keep NASA going. This is what's needed to keep it more sustainable. Yeah, Roro, X and Y is a trivial mindset. Yeah, it's really stupid, man. This fanboying nonsense is gonna get programs defunded, not funded. Yeah, pretty much, Forge. Yep. I suppose they could sell propane or butane. Well, I tell you what, boy, do I look like I know what a JPEG is? I just want a picture of a gosh dang hot dog. Sorry. You didn't snort milk. I did, it was just off stream. Does that help? So anyway, that's what I think needs to be done. And you know what? You know what, guys? The good thing about sustainable lunar development is that it's moving in that direction. That is I'll say this is a good call. I don't like that option B stuff because it leaves them open to be able to go back to one lander, and I don't want that. But other than that, that remix slaps indeed. Other than that, I think that's very, very, very sustainable. I think that this is a good step in the right direction. I think that that's a good idea. We should do that. I mean, they need to make sustainable fuel. They need to make sustainable fuel like propane or butane for spacecraft, Samo? Why would we make stuff run off protein and butane if they're going to the moon where neither of those things exist? What's sustainable in space is not what's sustainable down here. That's not very good thinking, man. But also, we gotta sell propanes and propane accessories, boy, I tell you what. Moon cows. Oh. Or at least something that least pollute on Earth. That's not really how that works, but I agree. I mean, I think I understand what you're trying to say, but yeah. Opinion on this. What is this, Forge? You've been trying to get me to see things for an hour now. What else do we got? Oh, somebody basically drew out that graph that I just made, the crappy one in Paint. I mean, Samos, here's the thing, man. Rockets have been using liquid hydrogen for upwards of 60 years. Liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. You know what the byproduct of that is? Water. Seriously. If you take H2 and O2 and you combust them, What comes out of the bottom after it cools down, after it condenses back into water, is H2O. Seriously, water. Yeah. It's pretty sustainable, huh? Doesn't pollute unless you don't like water falling from the sky. Just food for thought. That's high quality H2O. I tell you what, you're drinking the wrong water. So if I have this right, this should be the current status of the Artemis program so far, and as of current schedules. I don't know where to add Capstone in the mix. Okay. Yeah. That looks about right. Okay, good news. All right, what's up? That looks about right, Forge, yeah. I think they should have waited a few more weeks to get the budget. Maybe Bill knows something that we don't. So they wouldn't put that meeting out just to have egg on their face in 2 weeks. Think about it, man. They wouldn't do that. Bill knows what the budget is. You're right. Second lander is also optioned like HLS, meaning NASA can keep both or either one. Good. All right, cool. Then, yeah. Vulcan, that was my only thing with this. Other than that, I am 100% good to go. This is a good program. Let's get it done. Well, I know SLS in 2023. They're going to be upgrading all the facilities there, Gormungus, to SLS Block 1B. That's why. And it's also going to take a little bit of time to review the data from Artemis 1 to make sure that the next SLS rocket, which has people on it, doesn't kill them. Yeah, to put it very bluntly, that's the reason. First landing is Artemis 3. That should be happening in 2025. Keep in mind, guys, the only reason I was originally pissed that they threw 2024 out the window. The reason why they threw 2024 out the window is because everything had a 6-month shift because we got to flatten my curve. Remember that part? Yeah, remember that? It seems like it was a long time ago. Yeah, it had a 6-month shift. Everything shifted 6 months to the right. So what was late 2024 is now mid 2025. So I think delays are stupid, but hey, it's aerospace. Whatever. I mean, pandemic. Because, you plan for that, right? Like, it's fine. Whatever. Let's just get it done. Yep, Artemis 2 stacking will happen in 2023, as well as the upgrades to 39B, VAB, and High Bay 3. Good. Good. Suits are possibly a delay. Well, they mentioned that they're working on that, Bond, too, so... Our Gateway Logistics missions for SLS, I'm not 100% sure what the status of the Gateway Logistics Services program is, Vasya, to be honest with you. I don't know. I haven't heard anything about it. I thought they would talk about it here, but Vasya, if I had to guess, GLS, SLD, HLS will all get rolled into one pretty much halfway through this decade, if I had to guess. It's just a guess. Because they talked about cargo resupply and cargo services to the gateway and crew services to the gateway and not... It just makes sense that's going to happen. Yeah, I saw that, Funsister. It's a nice truck. High Bay 4 is likely to be late 2022, 2023 with ML2 construction happening over late 2022. Well, Vulcan, it's like I was telling Ian. This program gives you more of a reason to build another mobile launcher and outfit High Bay 1. I think you mean High Bay 1. High Bay 4 is just an SRB storage facility. I'm just reading through everything in chat, making sure I got everything. Even if they did keep 2024, it would have been next year anyway. Yeah, Jim, they say mid-2025. I'm going to say the end of 2025 for a crew landing. Yeah, end of 2025. Whatever. Whatever, dude. That's fine. I don't care. It's fine. Oh, neat, Switchio. That's cool. Ian, you talked with Phil Slauson. He says there's no set plan for High Bay 1. It's only reserved for future use. It's only High Bay 3 for now. Yeah, that's dumb. Yeah, no, I'm gonna go ahead and say that that's stupid. If they're gonna spend a year redoing High Bay 3, they should redo High Bay 1 in parallel. Yeah, that's dumb. Yeah, they should fix that. Tell Phil that too. See if he agrees. Did I miss the Artemis test? There was no Artemis test, Stribben. If you're talking about the wet dress rehearsal, it hasn't happened yet. SpaceX gets High Bay 2? I don't know. Okay, Lousy, what's up? So you may have already addressed this, but there's no development into a space elevator or pushing something into orbit outside of a rocket? Or is that just science fiction? I don't know anything about the topic, just a space fan and love the topic. Space elevators don't really make sense on Earth, dude. On the moon, though. Now we're talking. There is spin launch. If you want to look into spin launch, Lousy, that's kind of some sci-fi stuff. So, okay. Lousy, hear me out here. Okay, so would it be a good idea to build a bridge that goes from Canada to the UK? Like a bridge that goes from like Canada to Greenland to Iceland to the UK to connect Europe and in North America, right? Would that be a good idea? Could we do it? Yes. Would it be a good idea? Yes. Why would we do that when a container ship exists? Think about it like that. That's the biggest prevailing thing. Like, why I don't think a space elevator is a really good idea. Could we do it? Sure, absolutely. Why could? We're humans, man. Of course we could do it. We're pretty damn good at that engineering thing. We could get it done, but why? Why would you do that? It would take bajillions of freaking dollars. It would take bajillions of dollars. It would be really, really difficult to maintain. Why not just use a rocket? If you say a space elevator costs like $1 trillion, if you took that $1 trillion and gave it to NASA, we would have a city on Mars. See what I'm talking about? It doesn't really make sense. It's like, we could build a bridge there. Sure, why not? Why couldn't we? We have floating bridges all over the place. It's totally doable. But why? Why would you do that? Container ships do that, and airplanes do that just fine. See what I mean? We just need to evolve so we can sling our spore into space. Oh, yeah, sure. Going well. What is this? Human Landing System Manager for NASA said, so far SpaceX has met all their milestones to date. Agency is set for 2024 as a target date for an uncrewed demonstration flight. Sweet. There's no way spin launch will work? Bright-eyed. Everything works until they prove it. Everything doesn't work until they prove it, So, I don't know. I'll just cautiously watch and just be like, all right, cool. Yeah, Ian, ask Phil if you don't mind. Ask Phil why... Actually, Ian, ask Phil if he thinks it would be a good idea. Not if it's going to happen. I want Phil's expert opinion on this. Do you think that High Bay 1 and High Bay 3 should be retooled for Block 1B and Block 2 in parallel? Do you think that would be a good idea? I think that would be a good idea. And heck, you really wanted my honest opinion, Ian? I think High Bay 2 should be as well. The hell with this multi-user nonsense. But you don't need to mention the High Bay 2 part. When we see the mullet again, you kind of miss it? Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know if your boy can grow that much hair anymore. Need ML2 and ML3 first before we talk about High Bay 2. What the hell are we going to do with ML1? the heck are we gonna do with that thing? Vulcan, if I had my way, you know what I would do? I'd go back to Northrop Grumman and be like, hey, you want Mobile Launcher 1 after we launch Artemis 1? You can have it. You can have it if you want. Retool it for Omega. I'll give it to you for free. Scrap it. Do you like Surviving Mars? Yeah, Strebin, Surviving Mars is good. Put it in your garage. I don't think my garage is big enough. I think my garage could fit on the mobile launcher, Jim. If I had one. It's okay. It'll just launch hopes and dreams like what Mobile Launcher 1 does right now. Until we launch something. Sorry. That was bad. Hey, Predominant, did you get that thing I sent you, by the way? Jeez, hey. Hey, gotta make some jokes from time to time. The problem is when people think those jokes are serious is when I get concerned. Yeah, KSP guy, I don't think that's a bad idea. I think Omega's coming back, dudes, and yeah, I have no way to prove it. I just think that it's going to happen. Because Northrop Grumman isn't going to want to surrender cargo capabilities to launch stuff into space. And Antares is not feasible. Not feasible after 2 more flights. So I'm thinking they're going to scramble and we're going to see Omega come back. Why would you surrender a capability that you can use to make money off of, right? Omega. I think that Omega's coming back, but I can't prove it. Has there been any developments on nuclear engines? NASA's quietly working on it right now. I haven't heard any updates. What's Omega? Omega is a all-solid rocket booster heavy launch vehicle. Last. Big brain delays. Good job, my man. Dude, I wish that was, I wish I had a better reason. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, exactly. I wish I had a better reason for it. Oops. How much would it take for Northrop Grumman to get it back? Penta, here's the thing. They never stopped making Omega boosters. Yeah. It's true. Why are you booing me? I'm right. No, they never stopped making them. You know why? Because they got a contract from NASA for Block 2 SLS. Seriously. SLS Block 2 past Artemis 9 is going to have carbon composite SRBs. They're going to have Omega boosters on the side. True story. They are, and they're already making them right now. They're already making those boosters. So, yeah. They never stop making them. It'd be really easy to just start making it again. Just restart the program. You're already making the boosters. Yeah, here. Here, I'll show you. You guys want to see what Omega was? So Omega was supposed to use a mobile launcher, and it was supposed to launch from high bay, supposed to launch from 39B. That's what it's supposed to be. If you look at it, it's a 2-segment SLS booster with a single-segment SLS booster on top of that, and then some ICPS or DCSS-derived upper stage. Actually, what if they just put an ICPS on top of that? I say that like it's some easy feat, but no, it has a liquid fuel upper stage. Yeah, I've seen it at Michoud, Vulcan, yeah. ICPS. Yeah. Here. ICPS. This thing. That thing. That's an extended delta cryogenic second stage. See that? The DCSS? Also, look at the orange glow. Isn't that nice? I got a tan. See that? That's an extended Delta second stage. Why don't we just put that on top of the boosters? Omega is Ares 1 2.0. I'm trying to open. Am I trying to open the constellation subject just to get chat spicy? Yes. Now that you said it, I'm not doing it. Yeah, 3.0 technically. Liberty was Ares 2.0. A lot of people don't know that. So Liberty was actually a pretty cool idea, and it's what predated it. It's an Ariane 5 core stage on top of a 5-segment solid rocket booster. They seriously proposed this. Yeah, no, for real. Yeah, of course, Trainman. I don't see why not. Yeah, that was Liberty was something that was proposed to replace Ares 1. Yeah, it's pretty... Dude, you know, you sit there and you look at it and you're like, wow, that's dumb. But then you think about it and you're like, that's actually a really good idea. I don't mind that at all. That's really smart. That's really funny. I still want Ares 1, but yeah. I still love that SLS is directly related to Delta 3. Yep. Opinions? Alright, I'll have to go read. It's really funny. I mean, personally, I think this should just take a Delta core stage, Delta CBC, and just, well, put that on top. Delta CBC. All right, what are these? What is Ken saying here? I don't get how an additional lander is meant to increase the landing cadence when the lander is not the bottleneck to cadence. Got some other pictures? Oh. Yeah, we'll check it out. Yeah. R68 as an upper stage engine? Yeah, no. Yeah, you'd need something else. A Vulcan engine, sure. Use Ariane 5s. I don't give a frick. I don't care. Care at this point. Use the Vulcan engine. That's a great motor. If we're gonna do that, we you know, everybody's, oh, it's you know, we need our European partners. All right, use that then. Let's go. Let me see. What's Ken on about? NASA is literally incapable of even understanding a question about other methods than SLS Orion in a call that is literally about how competition is obvious and necessary for Artemis. Bunch of crying, laughing emojis. I don't get how an additional lander is meant to increase the landing cadence when the lander is not the bottleneck to cadence. Oh, yeah. More lukewarm hot dog takes. Nice. Yeah. I don't know, and yeah, that's gas station sushi, man. Ken's he's an industrial designer at Georgia Tech. I've seen his posts from time to time. He doesn't like SLS. You're looking at that the wrong way. The way NASA funds stuff and the way that this all goes is you're not thinking about it right. You got to think about it backwards. They gave SLS a purpose. That's what this does. This gives people the flexibility of using SLS to move the second lander, MADV, to the surface. This is going to increase cadence, not decrease cadence. But nope, that took 10 seconds of freaking critical thinking to figure that one out. But no, SLS has to be bad. Remember? See what I mean about those lukewarm takes? I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm not trying to be a dick, but you're not, like, that's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to give SLS a reason and give SLS the flexibility. Scalability is already built into its design, which is freaking funny to me that he doesn't see it given that you're an industrial designer. I don't understand. Hello? I don't How would you not know that? I'm not trying to be a dick. I think Ken's cool. I read his tweets all the time, and if he sees this, hi Ken. I think you're a cool dude. I like what you tweet. Screw me, right? Like, what else is he saying here? NASA is literally incapable of even understanding other methods other than SLS Orion. In a call, this is literally about how competition is obvious and necessary for Artemis. This is about landers, dude. No, Tree, I don't think MADV... They didn't say specifically MADV. I think Lockheed Martin is going to bid MADV for SLD. Let's see. 10 minutes about how competition and redundancy is critical and necessary for Artemis. Caller, considering any architectures that forego SLS and Orion. NASA, I don't understand the question. I'm curious to know that NASA's reasoning for not pursuing redundancy for the role of SLS Orion, given the importance of human launch and the concern of redundancy could be honest in the future. Yep. Yeah, let's just launch it on our other heavy lifter that we have, and our other human rated super heavy launch vehicle that can get humans into space. But yeah, let's just use the other one. We just have another one, right? We have another one that's more sustainable, right? Let's just use the other one. Oh, use Starship, right? I know someone's gonna type it. Use Starship. Yeah, okay. You want to use Starship? You can kiss going to the moon in 2025. Goodbye. Guys, if NASA wants to get on board, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that NASA choosing Starship to land people on the moon, like, just using Starship and not using HLS is necessarily a bad idea. You want to do that? Kiss going back to the moon in the next 5 years. Kiss that bye-bye. That's not happening. So, what's more sustainable? The idea where we launch less? Yeah, I've heard this story before. Yeah, I've heard this story before. You know where I heard it before? When they canceled the Apollo program. Hey, let's cancel the Apollo. The shuttle will be able to fly a lot more. Shuttle will be able to fly a lot more. It'll be much more sustainable. And no, I'm not saying that Starship is going to be as successful as the shuttle. I think Starship is going to work, and I think Starship is going to work very well. But if you want to fly NASA people on it, it's not what you know, it's what you can prove. And that's going to take time, just like it took time with Falcon. It's going to take time. And maybe that'll get us more sustainable architecture in the long run. But as far as I'm concerned, human rating Starship is going to happen anyway. That's going to happen anyway. SpaceX ain't good. What do they think? What do you think? Are you going to make Starship just to launch Starlink satellites all the time? No, absolutely not. SpaceX is going to human rate it, and they're probably going to use what they learned during the Commercial Crew program to human rate Starship. If they're going to do that, automatically, if they're going to do that anyway, why would you not want to fund SLS and Orion? There's your redundant capability right there. In fact, saying that SLS and Orion isn't sustainable because we have a better option is unsustainable. That is not right. Because down the road, by the end of this decade, we should have 2 ways to get to the moon. If we stop SLS and just use Starship, we would have 1 way to get to the moon by the end of the decade. What's more sustainable? Freaking gas station sushi, dude. Unbelievable. Oh my goodness. Hey, Scary. Tier 2, 65-month resub. STS 65, July 1994, Space Lab flight. Back to this combo. What's up, man? Yeah, Farfuggia, these takes are as lukewarm as gas station sushi. I missed a lot of your comments on the HLS update due to class. Can you just give me a yes or no if you like what you heard? Yes. Yeah, Jax. SLD is a good idea. Good call. Yeah, Buck. The short-sightedness, dude. That's what I'm trying to tell people. The short-sightedness is absurd. I can't believe how short-sighted these people are. Gas station sushi here is pretty good. Oh, well. It's not here predominant. It's about as good as you'd expect U.S. gas station sushi to be. I.e., don't eat it unless you're absolutely desperate, and if you do that, well, Taco Bell. Yeah. Okay, but what if we got those 2 Saturn V's out of storage and flew them instead of SLS or Starship? You know what, Vulcan? That's a better take than what's being said here, man. Oh my goodness. Okay, so Philip gave some good insight. As far as he knows, there are no plans for High Bay 1. He says High Bay 1 is outfit. If High Bay 1 is outfitted, it would probably need to be done by someone commercializing SLS. There's just no NASA funding there for it. And it gets even deeper than that. ML2 is in limbo because it's going to be for Block 1B and 2. And the design for Block 2 is not finalized. ML2 was mainly proposed so they could have ML1 available when needed for Europa Clipper, but that's not on SLS anymore. Yeah, that's not the answer. That's not the answer that I was. I'm not gonna say, Ian, that's not the answer that I wanted. I kind of was. It kind of was more about what Phil thought about how if that would be a good idea or not. But don't worry about it, dude. I don't want to bother him anymore. Ian. I was asking if he thinks that. When we go to work on High Bay 3 and fix it for SLS, refit it for SLS Block 1B, would it be good to do one in parallel? I was asking if he thought that was a good idea, but it's clear he didn't. Yeah, no, something got broken. We played telephone there. Something got broken down in communication, but it's all good, dude. Don't worry about it. Like I said, and the other thing going back to it, I think this is going to give NASA an excuse to get that funding. And Ian, you know what the other funny thing is? You know what the other funny thing is? That they roped Europa Clipper into SLS to make it more sustainable. What happened to that Europa Clipper mission? Oh yeah, they gave it to somebody else. Huh. Oh yeah, they put it on Falcon Heavy. Hey guys, you want to see something funny? Hey, here's this thing from Marcia Smith at Space and Science Week. Read that headline right there. Yeah. There's an interesting counterpoint that Hellfish has. Why can you put crew on Lunar Starship after it gets into lunar orbit, but just launch the crew on Lunar Starship? Because a lander... Because lunar operations aren't launching into orbit. That is a completely different dynamic regime. Hello? That's like saying, why doesn't my boat have wheels? It's a boat. It moves. Why doesn't it have wheels? My boat. Interesting. But duck boats do. Well, are we working with a duck boat here then, Jim? If we want to make a duck boat to go into space, citing more sustainability, guess what? That's going to cost more money. The only thing that's going to make a boat more expensive than it already is to put frickin' wheels on it. It's like changing vehicles is expensive. Dude, it's like honestly infuriating. It's infuriating how am I freaking going nuts here? Yeah, I did say that, didn't I? I said that freaking 5 months ago. Funny how that works. Yeah, Penta. Yeah, funny how I said that. Everyone is insane except for me. Were they hoping SpaceX would give them a lower cost? Yeah, they gave them a lower cost for launch. For launch, guys. But Falcon, guys, you can't beat physics. You can't beat it. It's going to take the same amount of energy to get there. It takes the same amount of delta V. Doesn't matter. Okay? Now, because Falcon Heavy does not have as much delta V as SLS, it's going to take 5 times as long to get there. And what are all those engineers going to do? What are all the Europa Clipper engineers going to do? They're going to sit there for 10 years and they're going to monitor the spacecraft. And guess what? It's going to cost billions of freaking dollars. I'm not saying boats with wheels is a good thing, but what's that, Calpar? Is this an amphibious vehicle? All right, man. Hell yeah. That's awesome. It's a motorcycle. Look, it's a motorcycle. Look, this is awesome. That's my boat. Look, it's a motorcycle. That's awesome. I love it. Oh, that's cool, man. I kind of want one. Oh, man. I think it came from the fact that Falcon Heavy is actually launching and has craft available, whereas SLS supposedly had no spare craft available. They want to make the next window, basically. Dan, no. I mean, that is what the reason was at the time of the switch. So you miss the window. You make the next window when there's an SLS available. You understand that Europa Clipper, yeah, of course SLS isn't going to be available. No one's going to fund a rocket that has no mission. It's funny because that's the reason why SLS exists in the first place. They slated the funds for Europa Clipper, right? They slated the funds for the launch vehicle for them to make it. If there's no Europa Clipper on SLS, those funds went away. You guys understand that changing the Europa Clipper mission to Falcon Heavy actually ended up getting NASA less money, right? Yeah, that actually defunded NASA. We understand this, right? Tan, of course there's no rocket for it, right? Because the mission was scheduled to be out. Okay, you missed the next window. That's fine. So you make it to the next window, and SLS still gets it there faster than it would take on Falcon Heavy. Look, you can't beat physics, you can't beat time. All right, Delta V is Delta V, dude. I mean, I get that. I was just saying that was the mindset. And yeah, what I'm saying is that mindset is terrible. That mindset is terrible for space sustainability. And the crazy thing is that people think that it is. People think that that's the right thing to do. Of course, you're not going to make a rocket for no reason. It's not like they're just going to, we need SLS for 5 missions, but let's make 10. You can't go to Congress and say that. Let's just make 10. Let's just make 10. What are you going to use the other 5 for? I don't know. Because if you did that, then the same freaking people that say, it should launch on Falcon Heavy would be saying, you're making boosters to do nothing. That's not sustainable. Freaking lukewarm, man. I'm sick of this. I'm freaking sick of it. It's ridiculous. Engineering is about trade-offs. Always has been. But look at how much money we saved, right? Man, Novus, you know what? I feel vindicated as all hell from that. I mean, it's hard to say so without going into Rule 8, but people want the government to run exactly like a business. It has gotten us in trouble elsewhere. Tan, I frankly don't give a frick how they think it needs to be run. This is the way that NASA's supposed to be run. That's what I can speak to. I can't speak to anything else, man. I don't know. I know how NASA needs to be run. And it would be foolish to say that I don't. And I'm telling you, this is me telling you, the guy that literally reads this stuff for fun every freaking day, that's a stupid way to think. Like, eventually my words got to count for something, right? Like, Seinert, I don't get it. I just don't get it. It's the freaking lukewarm, man. Room temperature. Unbelievable. Go tell Bill how to run it. Swishio, I think, no, you don't understand. I think Bill does a good job. He's just terrible at communicating it. I think he does a good job. I think SLD is great. It's a good idea. I like where he's going with it. 2 landers, nice and sustainable. You gave SpaceX another crew landing to bridge the gap for SLD development, and then you have a commercial resupply program for Gateway and getting people, crew, and cargo to the surface of the moon. That's really smart. That's a great way to do things. That is very sustainable. That's really good. Really good. And that includes Lunar Starship. It includes the Starship program. It gets funding for commercial partners. And you don't put all your eggs in one basket. And on top of all of that, that has the potential to increase cadence of SLS launches, making that more sustainable too. It's really good stuff. This is a really good idea. Like, I'm good with it. It's totally cool. Technically, SLD is still Jim. I don't know what made that guy so good at doing things, Rocket Guy, but he's damn good at it. I don't know what. Well, now Bill has to make the rounds to Rule 8 to convince them that this is the right move. And you know what, Novus? He's very good at doing that. You could say whatever you want about Bill Nelson, but you'd be stupid to say that he's not good at being a politician. He's very good at that. His political competency is a little better than most. I would even say it's better than Jim's. Jim was pretty freaking good. But see, here's the dirty little secret, all right? Here. Here's the dirty little secret. You know, we could say Jim's good at this. You could say Bill's good at this. You could say this. You could say that. Check this out. Where is it? 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 I gotta go find it, but basically Jim hired Bill after he lost his Senate seat in 2018, in the 2018 midterms. He hired him. He's like, he joined the Space Advisory Council, and Bill helped Jim come up with the Artemis program. I mean, it's the truth. Go look it up. He became an advisor on the National Space Council. So, all right. Wasn't there a vibration issue with launching Europa on SLS? Quite the opposite. Give me some concrete info from NASA saying that was a problem, and not what some freaking dingbat reporter just keeps reporting with an unsighted source, and I'll believe that. I don't believe that at all. That's not how rockets are designed. I don't give a frick what anybody says. Give me something from NASA that says that's something that needed to be done. Mike Sheets is reporting. All right, I have that link. I'll check it in a moment. Yeah, quite. That was reported a bunch of times by a bunch of people. No one ever gave a source, to my knowledge. And once again, if you can give me a source, a NASA study, something, a NASA statement saying that moving Europa Clipper to Falcon Heavy was a good idea because of SRB vibrations, I'll consider my mind changed. Give me a source. There's no source on it, unless you can find something. I'm talking about a primary source, not a reporter saying that this is the thing. Give me something from NASA proper, right? Yeah, no, Ando. Jim's a freaking genius, dude. I don't know where that came from. He's so smart, man. His decisions that he made at NASA from 2017 to 2020 basically kicked NASA back into gear. Seriously. Look where he got SLS. He got SLS from a paper rocket to basically roll out. The green run, that was all him. Figuring out better ways to optimize SLS engineering, that was all him. Dude, HLS was his idea. That was his baby. Rocket guy, yeah, vibrations are a huge issue, but yeah, I'd like to know your... Okay, so Rocket guy, here's my thing, okay? SLS and Europa Clipper were slated to go hand in hand from the beginning, right? NASA reported this as an issue. It was in an Ars Technica article. Okay, all right. Yeah, no, I'm not saying you're wrong quite. Give me that official NASA source, please. I don't see any official source. That's a Space News article by Jeff Faust, Tan. The article is statements from the spokesperson at the time. Is there anything about SRB vibrations in there? Careful. Tan, I'm not saying that it's necessarily wrong. I'm saying be careful. Because how do you know? That doesn't make any sense. All right. I could be wrong. Europa Clipper was designed to roll with SLS from the start. How do you make that kind of oversight if they both started development at the same time? And even if they did, payloads are subject to the launch vehicle that they launch on. That's why it's very rare, it does happen, but it's very rare that you see payloads switch from vehicle to vehicle. All right? It's very rare. That doesn't happen very often. Now, don't get me wrong, it does happen, but it's tough. It's hard to do. You can't just switch one thing to another thing. Atlas V would have a hard time launching Starlink satellites, for instance, right? But there's also, you know, they even to take Cygnus, they put Cygnus on Atlas V for the OA5 mission, and that took a year. You don't just switch payloads between vehicles like that, all right? Usually, if a vehicle's in development and a payload is in development, the payload specifications for that vehicle will use the vehicle's engineering and development as a datum for a baseline, okay? Example. They designed Falcon 9 first. They designed Starlink second. Starlink is designed to work inside of Falcon 9 just barely, but it's designed for it. See what I'm talking about? There's no way that they would oversee something like that. There's no way. There's no way that they wouldn't have that vibrational analysis. And especially on top of 30 years of shuttle missions with 4-segment rockets, you're telling me that they wouldn't be able to predict the vibrations? That makes no sense. That makes no sense. What does Europa Clipper even do? It's an orbiter that's supposed to go to Europa. As I said, nothing 100% pointing to vibrations exactly, just that they did discover compatibility issues. I'm like, why? Why? What, the compatibility issues? What do you mean compatibility issues? You designed the payload to go on the rocket. That's just poor project management, man, at this point. Remember, we are currently working to identify and resolve potential hardware compatibility issues. Hardware, okay. And we'll have more information once a full analysis has been conducted. Did we ever get those? Preliminary analysis suggests that launching Clipper may require special hardware adjustments depending on the launch vehicle. It's very intentionally vague. Vibrations can be hard to predict without having the stack fully built. Mathematical models are far from perfect. Snow, may I remind people when Europa Clipper was originally supposed to launch on SLS? Oh, it would have been well after it started flying. Yeah, that's the answer. Okay. Hey, Zelly. Europa Clipper was supposed to be freaking launched on SLS after it, at least after the Artemis 1 mission. They would have had good baseline data from there. Like, what? I'm telling you, fellas, SRB vibrations is butt kiss. There's no way that that's a thing. I'm sorry. That just the logic does, dude. Oh, does it sound like NASA would have that much? Like NASA is literally the about quantifying everything and understanding everything completely. That's part of the reason why SLS has taken so long. Do you think they would miss that? Does anybody here honestly think that? Porpoising SLS. Rocket Guy, I just don't think... That just doesn't make any sense, dude. It doesn't make any sense. Quite the opposite. Yeah, okay, the Ars Technica article. Yeah, uh-huh. A lot of conjecture in that article. Oh, look who it's by. Dude, there's nothing. There's nothing concrete about this. There's nothing. And don't you think... Okay, all right. Remember that scene in War Games where the British guy, Professor Falcon, is talking to the general? Are you ready to destroy your enemy? You're dang right I am. Don't you think they know that? That's what see what I'm talking about? There's nothing. If there was a vibration issue, don't you think NASA would have said something? They have to. They have to tell us this information, you remember? They would say something. They didn't even say that an SRB vibration issue was the reason that they moved it to your Europa Clipper to Falcon Heavy. They cited cost. They didn't even say that that was an issue. It's bupkis, man. There's nothing to trace it correctly. They say hardware incompatibility. Dude, that could be 1,000 different things. I see it coming from making the launch a constraint before knowing the dynamics and then updating constraints later with new data. May very well be justified, as I see. Well, like I said, Rocket Guy, if that's the case, then that's a project management issue. That's on NASA. And you know what? That mistake's going to end up costing them billions of more dollars because now they have to deal with a coast period that's 3 times as long. Good job, guys. See what I'm talking about, man? I'm not trying to be a jerk. There's nothing. There's no concrete data on that. That was regurgitated by a bunch of people in the press and then taken as gospel. It's not true. There's no way to prove it. Even the guys that are saying it, there's still no way to prove it. See what I'm talking about, man? That's why the lukewarm takes, bro. Lukewarm. I'm sick of it. If it's not with SLS, could it be with Europa Clipper's design? And I mean, it sounds to me that the vibrations are just an excuse. Okay, I will. Rocket Guy, whenever you're ready, dude. Let's get freaking Max Q back up and running. So, you know, if it's a project management blunder, then citing cost, then I will admit that the vibration issues could absolutely be a thing, citing poor project management. But switching it to Falcon Heavy is a Band-Aid fix for a gunshot wound in that regard. And it's still hailed as a good idea. Yep, I'm up. You got shot in the chest. Here, let me put a Band-Aid on it. Okay. It's okay. Who gives CPR for a gunshot wound to the head? Well, it saved you, sir. Simmons, I want you to poison Griff's next meal. But you're still alive, right? Right? Man, sometimes, dude. Thank God for that Band-Aid, though. I thought I was a goner. Unbelievable. Give me 1 second, dudes. Need a neck rub with aloe vera? Yeah, sometimes, dude. Alright, so, here. Let's switch it up. Let's switch up this space news again. Let's go here. Here, how about these pictures? Yeah. No, Swishio, not yet. Yeah, we should bring that back, Rocket Guy. But I know we're both busy, dude. Well, you're busy. Me, I'm just here streaming. Whenever you got time, dude, if you want to. Or if you... Rocket Guy, I was thinking, like, to just come in for Space News. Help me with the commentary for Space News if you wanted to do that. Yeah, Hellfish. I don't know why. It reminded me of it. That's a great picture. Rockets of the World Fund sister. Yep. Is it all SLS? Always has been. Try these pics on for size? Yeah, this next one. These next pictures, though. Look at these pictures, huh? Oh, what song was that? I'll link it in chat, fellas. Look at that. There are people saying that they don't like that. People saying that they don't like that. There are people saying that right now. That's real funny. Wow. All right. Make sure you save this picture for research purposes. Yeah, you know what? That's a real good idea. I think I will. Oh, man. The crew access arm. Yeah, Elvish, I don't know. You know, you'd think that if we want to go back going out into deep space, that would use the people that have experience in that field. No, we can't do that. Let's just rely on the new guy, right? And don't get me wrong, love SpaceX, man. What I'm saying is I want both of them. I don't want one rocket. I want all the rocket. Oh. Is that a rebuild STS access arm? Nope, brand new from what I understand, Brian. Hands? No, I don't want to. That's a weird spot for things to be hooked up. It's the European Service Module and the Orion SM access, the Orion SM carrier umbilical arm, I think is what it's called. And this is the top of the ICPSU, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage umbilical. which is a modified Delta IV swing arm. Hey, Jetrid, what's up, dude? So we're just peeping these pictures here. That one is... We need to... Can I just... Not much. How you been? I'm good, man. Look at this. How big is that flag? Yes. That pic is sick, dude. I agree, W. That's what I was just thinking. Do they use 400 hertz power into these rockets? You know what, Gil? I don't know. I would suspect that it's probably something... Maybe for the pad systems, it's probably something like that, yeah. I don't know, man. Gil... I mean, Lockheed made the capsule, Boeing makes the avionics. It's probably something avionics derived from an airplane, if I had to guess. They're similar control systems. You know, you have a computer that's designed to just do a bunch of things. Like, you know, instead of moving control surfaces or rotors or whatever, you're, you know, actuating an RCS. I'll bet you it's derived from that, but I don't know for sure. I do know, fun fact, that the space shuttle, a lot of the systems on the shuttle were derived from the SR-71. Give or take. I mean, like the spacesuits, for instance, right? And how the fly-by-wire system on the shuttle was designed in parallel with the B-1B. Rockwell made the B-1 and the space shuttle kind of at the same time, and they designed the avionics in parallel. So, I'm guessing it's something derived from something somewhere. Maybe an F-35, I don't know. Lockheed made the capsule, so it's just a guess, though. I have no idea. Yeah, I can tell. There's a good amount of stuff. Mil STD 1553. Oh, okay. So it is mil spec. Okay. We can see you, Spark. Dude, I need an animated picture. We need animated footage of the sun coming up like that with the shadow like this, so I could make the Vice City thing. And then this shot, not that one. This shot needs to be looking up at the sky, and then it needs to turn down to that, and that'll be the second shot, right? And then the third shot will be a camera that's doing a dolly shot down the crew access arm, and then it'll pan off to the right to see the VAB in the background, and then all of this will just have Vice City music in the background. VOD's probably going to get muted for that, but it's alright. Worth it. I was thinking they would want minimal weight and cabling. Well, Gil, that really makes a difference, just like it does on an airplane. Yeah, minimal cabling in spacecraft. You want your systems all next to each other so there's less cabling. Less cabling is less dry mass, which equals more delta V, right? So, yeah, I mean... Now they're using DC. It's probably military avionics derived, fellas. Now the details of that, Rocket Guy, I know you're talking about a standardization. That's a plug, right? 1553 is a type of standardized plug, if I'm remembering right. I could be wrong. Hey, Oki gifted a sub to Bond Yeti. Thank you. All right, so it's a data bus. Word. Yeah, Nils. Hokie likes me for some reason. I don't know why. I'm a jerk. You're a jerk. You're a jerk. I know. Jerk. Just popping through everything else here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh yeah, I got another shot for you guys. There. Predominant.
Go at throttle up.
Gifted 5, thanks, man. Correction, you're a potato. Zelly, I hear you. I hear what you're saying right now, but also this picture exists. Okay? I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. Link to the photo? No, you can't have it. It's mine. Oh, okay, I got you, Rocket Guy. Hell yeah. Man, that folder's getting big lately. Hokey gifted 5 subs too?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Alright. Okay, thank you. Okay, what do you mean? Remember the things I said last time this happened? Yeah, still holds true. Nice. Yeah, this picture is this picture's nice. I like this. I'm quite fond of this picture. Okay, we got Mike Sheets here is reporting on stuff with the SLD program. Blue Origin confirms it will submit a bid for NASA's SLD contract. Blue Origin is thrilled that NASA is creating competition by procuring a second human lunar landing system. Blue Origin is ready to compete and remains deeply committed to the success of Artemis. Word.
Discovery,
Oh, for... Okay. 10 subs from an anonymous gifter. Thank you. Matt Haskell took these pictures, and yeah, they don't suck. I will like anything. Yeah. An anonymous gifter, that was 10 subs. Thanks, dudes. Yeah, Matt's cool. Cool dude. Oh, man. Anyway. Okay. Hey, you guys want some? Tannerin. 10, tell me you're here. 10, you want some good news? Good evening. I would like to see your live with NASA. No image? Okay. Yeah, I don't know what that means. Hey, 10. Hey.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And Hokie gifted you a sub. Yep, saw that earlier. Yeah. Yeah. Seahawks eternally blown the frick out. I'm not NASA, Nico. Look at the logo again. They haven't recovered since, have they? That sucks. I'm not sorry. I don't care. Okay. Yeah, Iron, that wasn't access denied. Neither has the Falcons. That's what happens when Tom Brady rips your soul out. What? All right, let me see. Let's see what's going on down in Boca Chica, deep in the heart of Texas. We'll watch some of these videos, and then I think it's time for my summer car. Hey, the Falcons aren't that bad. Tan, don't tell him. Tan, don't tell him. Don't tell him. We gotta let him down easy. Savage Driz. If we're doing sports ball, what idiot schedules a big game in London when the trains aren't running? Who's playing, Kenta? Don't tell me it's like a Man U Man City game or something. Well, that wouldn't be in London now, would it? City versus Liverpool. Wow. Liverpool versus Man City, FA Cup semi-final at Wembley. The trains aren't running. Wow. Don't catch the dumb. Here, let's check out the NSF footage, huh? That's really stupid. That was really stupid. Alright. This is coming from NASA Space Flight. Buddies over there. Nick and Sweeney is the guy that took these pictures here. Make sure you go over to NSF. Give them a sub, okay? Works that were planned 2 years ago. That makes it even better username. Oh, that's funny. Oh, you got something for me, Quite? Let's see. Page 87. All right, let's take a look. The Consolidated Appropriations Act 2021 stated that Consolidated Appropriations Act. All right, hold on. Let me check this out. Let me check it.
Hey.
What's up, baby?
I'm going to CVS.
All right. Love you. Can you get me more goldfish? No. All right. Okay. All right. The Europa Clipper project is reviewing its cost and schedule baselines following NASA's decision in January 2021 to launch the spacecraft on a commercial launch vehicle. The Consolidated Appropriations Act 2021. What is this? This is Government Accountability Office, okay? It stated that Europa Clipper shall launch on a space launch system SLS if SLS is available, and if the torsional load analysis that predicts Europa Clipper's ability to withstand the launch environment confirmed Europa Clipper's appropriateness for SLS. Okay. All right, there you go. So that's a torsional load analysis. Okay. In January 2021, the NASA administrator concluded that neither condition stipulated in the Act could be met and directed the Launch Services Program to procure a commercial launch vehicle for the project. The project passed the CDR in 2020 with 81.5% of its design drawings released, which did not fully meet the best practice of releasing 90% of the design drawings by this review. Ugh. I still see nothing about SRB vibrations. Torsional load is a problem, though, no doubt. Ugh. Yeah, that's good. Oh boy. Well, let me read. Europa Clippers is reviewing its cost and schedule baselines following and project officials explained that a review as well as the effects from COVID-19. In addition to project, and quite thank you for giving me a source. I appreciate it. You didn't need to go and do your homework like this, but I really appreciate it. Thank you. I want to read now. I imagine torsional load is interpreted as vibration. Not necessarily. Torsional load means so the vehicle's accelerating, and when it accelerates, you get a compression load. That compression load, if you push too much, it will convert to torsional load. So loads. Now, I'm not sure if there's. I don't know. I don't think vibrations will cause the thing to twist. Yeah, but I appreciate it, man. Thank you for following up. It really means a lot to me. I'm serious about that. Because I don't, dude, like, here's the thing. I don't give a frick about being right. I want the truth, okay? I don't care if, like, all my theories and all these stuff that I come up with are based off of, they're just based off of, I mean, I do connect a few dots here and there, but it's all based off of a logical analysis, you know? I don't give a frick about being right, and I'm wrong sometimes. I don't care. Like, it's not about me being right or wrong. I want the truth. You can't handle the truth. I want the truth about things. And if, you know, I can't think of a better way than to pick Chat's brain because somebody out there always knows more than you. Hey, you threw down the gauntlet. All right, let's see. I don't see anything about SRB vibrations in here, but I'm still looking. The project has struggled to maintain its cost reserves at planned levels. First transfer was to replenish low. Project held zero levels that have been consumed. Okay. Launch vehicle. The Consolidated Appropriations Act 2021 stated that Europa Clippers shall launch on SLS if SLS is available and if torsional load analysis that predicts Clippers' ability to withstand the launch environment, has confirmed Clippers' appropriateness for SLS. This says what it says up there. In January 2021, the NASA administrator concluded that neither condition stipulated in the Act could be met. The torsional load analysis showed that the project would need to potentially redesign and rebuild much of the hardware to withstand the SLS launch environment, leading it to exceed its schedule and cost baselines by 1 year and about $1 billion. Let's point and laugh at how they're wrong. Oh my gosh. All right. In addition, officials said no SLS would be available to launch Europa Clipper until after the project's baseline launch date in 2025 without adversely affecting the Artemis program. All right, drummer. As a result, the administrator directed the Launch Services Program to procure the commercial launch vehicle project. So, quite from what I can tell here, it seems like they switched Europa Clipper to Falcon Heavy. Not, I mean, they say they're going to save costs, but they're not. Yeah, that's not going to happen. I could break down the cost analysis if you want, citing NASA Systems Engineering and Design Analysis from NASA in-house. If you want me to break that one down, I'll tell you why it's not. I'll tell you why it's not going to. They're not going to save any money on it. It sounds like they switched to LSP and they switched to Falcon Heavy because that project was a cluster frick to begin with. Like James Webb style cluster frick, which Jim also fixed, might I add. Yeah, got that project working correctly. Yes, please break it down. Okay, sure, no problem, dude. All right, so this project was clearly behind schedule. It was clearly behind schedule. It's probably due to underfunding or bad project management or something. And it was clearly designed to go with SLS. It was going to be one of SLS's benchmark missions. Now, first of all, why they wouldn't procure... You have a program that will have one depend on the other. Why they didn't procure an SLS core for Europa Clipper in the first place is stupid. Second of all, they designed a satellite payload for a rocket that didn't exist yet, which is also pretty damn stupid. And second of all, they made flight hardware for Europa Clipper before a torsional load analysis was released for SLS. So, like I said, it sounds like they switched it to Falcon Heavy because the project was a freaking cluster frick to begin with. So, they designed a satellite and they built a satellite, and 80% of the drawings for the project, the blueprints for the vehicle, had been made by the point that they approved a critical design review. They approved a critical design review without all the blueprints being made. Also a red flag. Very bad idea. So, 219, okay, so they chose SLS to give it a payload to work with back in 2012. Yeah, okay, so that was a little bit short-sighted on NASA's part, I will say. That was a really stupid idea. Now, okay, 219, why is this going to cost more? So on top of all these project blunders up until this point, okay, you're going to launch it on Falcon Heavy. You're going to launch it on Falcon Heavy for $230 million. It was supposed to launch on SLS Block 1B. Now, let's just use the nominal cost of SLS Block 1B. It's about $1 billion, all right? This is the beginning of the program. I think it's fair to say it would have been about $1 billion to launch Europa Clipper. Now, at face value, you have $230 million for Falcon Heavy, and then you have $1 billion, right? At face value, 230, you have $1 billion. This seems like a better option. However, this is why I know that we wanted to save costs. We don't want it to exceed its schedule and cost baselines by 1 year and $1 billion. It's going to end up costing them multi-billion dollars now. Now, why? Why is that? Well, first of all, now you have to redesign the satellite for Falcon Heavy, okay? That's not that big of a deal. That's just one of the costs that can add up. So now you have to redesign it for Falcon Heavy. You have to buy the launch vehicle, $230 million. I don't know how much or how long the redesign is going to take, but it's going to take some time. Now, here's the real kicker, okay? 219, the kicker is this. Falcon Heavy does not have anywhere near the amount of delta V that an SLS has. It's not even close. Falcon Heavy, if you just want to measure it by payload capacity to low Earth orbit, that'd be a good datum. SLS can move 100 tons. 140 tons in the Block 1B variant. 100 tons in the Block 1 variant. Right? Falcon Heavy can move 62 and fully expendable. And that goes down if you reuse, which they should. It's no problem. Reusability is a good thing. Okay? 100 tons is not 62 tons. Okay, and there's no way the satellite weighs that much. But, if they go full expendable Falcon Heavy, you're using most of Falcon Heavy's characteristic energy, or using all of Falcon Heavy's characteristic energy to put that payload into space. Now, what's C3? What does that mean? Well, C3 is how much energy a rocket has. How much energy can a rocket generate? The more energy that you can generate, the more delta V you have. SLS has way more characteristic energy for a number of reasons. One, it's way freaking bigger. Two, it uses a much more efficient propellant in the form of hydrogen in the upper stages. Way more characteristic energy, can shoot payloads way further into space than Falcon Heavy ever could. And that brings me to the big one here. The big one is that because Falcon Heavy does not have as much characteristic energy, Europa Clipper now needs to do grav assists off other planets to make up for the fact that it's not as big of a rocket. So now it has to play pinball with the satellite, shooting it off of multiple grav assists to get it out to Europa in the first place. Because of this, the flight time goes up exponentially. And because of that, your operation cost goes up exponentially. Long story short, we're launching it on Falcon Heavy and we're saving money in the interim. But the fact that it's going to basically be sitting there for 10 years coasting out, 10 years as opposed to like 5 on SLS, because it's going to be floating out there for 10 years. Guess what? Got to pay all the scientists that are working on it. Got to pay them. Can't fire them. Can't fire them and then rehire them in 10 years. That's not how that works. No. The operations cost is going to balloon exponentially, and I guarantee you it will end up being more than what it would have took to redesign that satellite and launch it on an SLS and procure an SLS core. Guaranteed. How do I know this? Well, let's compare it to another science mission project that was based off of a decadal survey. All right? James Webb. James Webb, they kept redesigning it. 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 It ended up accruing billions of dollars. Billions of dollars in funding with a B. James Webb ended up costing like $20 billion in the long run. Why? Because we kept designing, kept redesigning it, kept redesigning it, kept redesigning it, and now we keep redesigning it, keep redesigning it, keep redesigning it, and now it's going to be coasting for twice as long. Costs are going to rack up. That program is going to end up the Europa Clipper is going to end up costing as much as James Webb. Maybe not as much as James Webb, because it's not as nearly as complicated of a mission. Well, yeah, it kind of is. But because it's just the satellite's just going to be sitting there, it's just going to be coasting out, you have to pay all those people, all the people that worked on it, all the people that are going to be there to do the science when it gets to its destination. You don't fire them, you don't put them on furlough. NASA doesn't do that. That's not how they work. All these people, all the people that work on the project, all the operations, all the scientists, you got to hire them. They stay on the payroll. And guess what? Now they're on the payroll for an extra 15 freaking years, dude. It's going to end up costing billions of dollars. No one can tell me that launching that on Falcon Heavy is going to save us money. It's not going to save us money. No, that's not how that works. Does that make sense, dude? I don't know how you can guarantee anything without knowing the running costs. That's $4.2 billion, by the way. Already spent. Another argument in favor of Falcon Heavy. Falcon Heavy will meet the launch window almost surely. Will SLS? They were supposed to launch in October of 2024? Does that include development costs? Yeah. Look at how much development costs are being soaked up. That development cost is going to balloon. It's going to balloon like crazy to retool it for Falcon Heavy. Can't have, I don't know on that one. Probably not. They probably put it on Falcon Heavy. Once again, okay, all right. Hold on. Hold on a second here, fellas. Okay. Those costs are going to balloon. It's going to end up costing us way more money. All right? But remember, by what we just read in that GAO report that quite the opposite linked, thank you very much. Whoosh. The whole point, everybody was reporting. Let's just reel it in a little bit. Everyone was reporting that it was about SRB vibrations and blah, 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 SRB vibrations this, SRB vibrations that. It sounds like this project was so ridiculously screwed up that NASA just said, screw it, retool it for Falcon Heavy and just go. This is a project management problem. It has nothing to do with SLS's torsional load analysis or SRB vibrations. See what I'm talking about here? People hear what they want to hear, dude. That's not good. That's not a good thing. See what I'm talking about? And for what it's worth, it will end up costing more money to launch it on Falcon Heavy. Even if they miss the window. Guys, SLS is that much more powerful. I still think if SLS missed the window and they waited for the next one, that it would still take less time. I'm serious about that. That's how big of a difference a Hydrolox super heavy lift upper stage is. This is just physics. It's just physics. Like, it's just terrible project management. That's all. Just get it launched so it's not my problem anymore. Yeah, well, yeah, Lumbo, the funny thing is that we're going to get the freaking shaft from that as taxpayers. And the same people that hailed, the same pundits, I guess, space pundits, if you will, that hailed this as a good idea because they gave it to commercial, don't understand that it's actually going to end up costing more money on commercial. Okay. According to NASA, it says it will launch in October 2024 and will arrive in 2030. What is the cost comparison between storage cost and phase operations? Operations usually account for 50% of a program's funding, dude. I'm serious. 219, here's another thing that you probably want to check out. This one over here. See the bar? See how the bar is way bigger than everything else? Operations usually make up 50%. They make up 50% of the funding. Now, if you want to take the systems engineering graph, and apply it to that logic, you can theoretically extrapolate out how much this is going to cost. Well, if developments as of 2021 is $2.3 billion, well, development is 20%. 20% on average. 20% of your total mission cost. See that? 20%. Then production and testing, and then operations through disposal. 20%. That one right there. Costs on the Europa Clipper program for development is already 2.3. Operations have gone to 684. Guess what? Guess what? This program's going to cost $10 billion by the time it's done. By 2030, we'll have dipped in $10 billion. Rocket Guy, in this case, I would tend away from it being a project management blunder per day, but I would like to think it was the best decision made to ensure the program survives. Ideally, not a lot of work would have been done to transition to the vehicle to a less harsh launch environment provider. Any info on that? Yes, more work operationally and process-wise, but design-wise, it passed CDR with that decision for Falcon Heavy, right? CDR was completed in 2020. They chose to move it to SLS in 2021, late 2021. Rocket Guy, no, they have to go through the CDR again to redesign for 2020. I thought 10 billion is nothing nowadays, fellas. 10 billion is a significant amount of funding for NASA. Yeah. All right. 10 billion, you could develop another SLS, just saying. That's what SLS's development costs, fellas. Project management blunder then. So NASA just put a bow on it, and they're going to eat the cost. Which, hey, whatever. As long as it gets launched, they really don't care. But to make the argument that there's something wrong with SLS is very, very stupid. That's not how this works. And B, to say that the commercial option is a cheaper option, they're both categorically false. And that's what everyone freaking reported. This is why this drives me up the freaking wall. It's rocket science, man. You can't take anything at face value because it's rocket science. That's not how that works. And thanks for showing me this report, dude. I appreciate it. Thank you. Anyway, let's get back to the Starship stuff, dudes. Yeah, Mab, James Webb's development ballooned to $20 billion before it was launched. $20 billion over 15 years, give or take. That's literally the Constellation program. The entirety of the Constellation program, dude. That's unbelievable. Why does everybody make a big deal? Like, I don't understand. Why does everybody make a big deal when SLS costs gets a little bit more expensive than what it usually is? Like, it gets a little bit more expensive because of something like this, for instance. But nobody said, oh, James Webb, no, that's fine. It literally went over budget by $10 billion. It was on the cusp of being canceled because it was too expensive. Congress wanted to get rid of it in 2019, guys. It went under review for being canceled because it was too expensive. Congress wanting to get rid of a government program. Think about that for a second. All right. But these pictures, though. Alright, guys, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. We need to go in there and clean shop. This is bullcrap, dude. Yeah, belt fed. You know, I'd like to think that it's something not that stupid, but who knows? I don't know. Can't prove it. Yeah, Rocket Guy, it's ridiculous. That's a project management problem, and NASA put a bow on it. And guess what? It's probably going to break when they go to launch it. All right. They finished CDR and then redesigned it for Falcon Heavy. What are you doing? What are you doing? Stop. Stop. It hurts. It hurts. So, okay. All right. Fellas, if you don't understand CDRs, PDRs, and how all that stuff works, NASA basically decided they wanted to go to the grocery store. Oh, I want to go to the grocery store. They got in their car, turned on their car, and started driving to the freaking grocery store, pulled out of the driveway and drove. Not checking the kitchen for what groceries they needed, and not making a list of said groceries before they took it to the store. Now, NASA needs to stop, turn around, go back. Oh, I was going to go to the grocery store. I don't even know what I need. Ha 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 ha. Now they got to go and they got to see, oh, this is all the stuff I need. Milk, butter, eggs. Now they need to make the list. And now they're getting in another car. They're getting in a different car. That first car, oh, well, I went in my smart car. I can't get groceries in a smart car. We need to take a different car. So now they're taking a different car with the completed list. And now they're going to the grocery store. James Webb is on the next page. My face hurts. Just do what everybody else does. Buy a bunch of snacks that are bad for you. Driz, you know what? They're pretty much doing that. I don't want to know how that translates into spaceflight for that Europa Clipper mission. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. What's the equivalent of NASA go to the grocery store and buying snacks? There can't be any good outcome from that. Gas station sushi, bro. Seriously. Oh my goodness. See these games, dude? And then, you know, we just did a couple hours worth of digging, and then people have the, well, the SRB loads aren't good enough. The commercial's gonna cost less. That's the news. Let me write an article about it. I'm putting it on my website. Although, like I said, in a perfect world, Europa was designed for a harsher launch environment than what Falcon Heavy experienced, so there would be little design change in that regard. This is not a perfect world. Yeah, true that, true that. Hired. Nice. This is the best analogy. Dude, like, oh my god, man. I can't believe it. Also, look at the guys up there. Booster 7 go. That's right. Ferd. They're assembling it, Throttle Junkie. That's the new one. That's a Toyota. That's a Ferd. That booster's getting put together. It's very different than booster number 4, the one that's on the pad right now. In fact, Elon said yesterday that they're not going to use those. The Starship stack that they stacked on the pad the other day, yeah, they're not using that. Those are test articles. Yeah. 24/7 is the new hotness, man. That was the one that was on the pad is ship 20 booster 4, so 420. It's like what everybody calls it. That's the meme number. And the ones that we think are going to be used for the orbital mission, Kenworth, are ship 24 and booster 7. So it's not 420, it's 24/7, bro. You could say that it's every day, bro.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Somebody wrote a song about that or something. Gorgon! NASA needs to return some videotapes. Nice. What? Wasn't that like 2017 or something? Yeah, Hokey, the funny thing is that you can make money off of actually telling the truth. That's the funny part. NASA spaceflight seems to have no problem just reporting what's going on. And they make a lot of money. They're very renowned in the industry for doing that. Yeah, it's interesting. That's why I work with them. It's very, very funny how that works. And they're using Raptor 2. Yep, Ship 24 and Booster 7 are designed for Raptor 2. Yeah, me too, Throttle Junkie. The catch arms are gonna be nuts. Dude, I'm a huge SpaceX fanboy, honestly, believe it or not. I don't mean to bash SpaceX when I'm talking about NASA. It's almost like I can like both of these things and it could be beneficial, you know? But I'll be very surprised if they catch the first one. I think the first one's gonna miss. I think the first one's gonna blow up. But you know what? Whatever. It's SpaceX. You know. Oh God, we lost the boost. Yeah, whatever. Just launch another one. It'll be fine. Put another one out there. Smart money's on them fragging the tower. Well, the 5-head move, Graph Shark, would be to build the tower to withstand an impact. Yeah, that would be my guess. Like how all the paraphernalia is on the back of the orbital launch tower, so if something comes in and it hits the front, it's not going to do much damage. It'll just deflect the blast out and away if Super Heavy like blows up next to it or something. I would have built this thing to withstand a direct hit from this thing. Like if this thing went cluster munitions and hit the pad full force, no entry burn, I would make it be able to withstand that. And it looks like it can. We know that these pillars right here for the orbital launch tower are like 3 meter wide or something. They're 3-meter wide reinforced concrete, and the concrete pilings go down about 150 feet. Well, maybe about 100 feet. So, okay, what does that mean? So we have 3-meter wide pilings, and they go down 30 meters, guys. Yeah, this thing can get hit by that. I don't think it'll be a big deal. Yeah, Alex. Are the arms going to hold that when it makes a landing and not come apart? Well, we'll see, Clayton. We'll see. So the reason why I don't think the arms are going to break or anything, guys, is because they loaded this thing up with 300 tons of load simulator. Remember when it had the dangly parts? Yes, that's what they were. And they lifted it up. I don't think Starship or Super Heavy is 300 tons, which means it's overrated. Which means it'll be able to catch a booster. Yeah. I don't think Super Heavy weighs 300 tons, do you? And what would you do if you were going to design this thing to be able to catch like 150 tons of booster? You really want it to not break? Make it able to catch 300 tons of booster. And then if it catches a 150-ton booster, you don't need to worry about it. It'll shred the booster before it breaks the tower. See what I'm saying? Super Heavy might be with prop residuals. 300 tons, Phil? Maybe 200. I'd believe 200, but even then, you're still 33% overrated. I don't think it'll break an arm. I really don't. Because that makes no sense. It makes no sense. All right? If you were going to design a garage for a car in Florida, you would design it for hurricane force winds. Why? Because that's the absolute worst case scenario. Right? Like the VAB, for instance, has blowout panels on it. So if there's an updraft in the VAB from pressure shift from a hurricane, the side paneling just comes off instead of the building collapsing. That's why the VAB can withstand a direct hit from a hurricane. It's gotten hit directly. It got hit directly in 2017. Just lost a little bit of panels. That's about it. See what I mean? You always design, and if you're doing any type of structural engineering like that, you're always designing for the worst case scenario. Ask any bridge engineer. Like, full ship landing loaded is 30 tons from orbit. Right on. Now, anybody here from the Bay? Anybody here from San Francisco? Oakland? The Bay? Marin Headlands? Anyone? Now, if you are, they redid the Bay Bridge, right? Took a while, but they did it. What do you think they designed that thing to withstand? That new Bay Bridge is designed to take the big one. The big earthquake that could happen. It was based off of what they saw, what the Loma Prieta earthquake in 1989 did to the Bay Bridge. It ripped it in half. It's designed for that. It's seismically rated because that's the worst case scenario. Because if the Bay Bridge goes, then yeah, Bay Area is going to be feeling that one. Yeah, that'll be the least, well, the least of your concern if the big one hits, and I pray that it doesn't, but you get the idea. I guarantee you they did something similar with that. They're probably pretty damn good analysis on a Super Heavy hitting the tower, because that just makes sense. You design it that way because you're designing a tower. You're designing a tower that's going to catch rockets. Surely you would know. Especially since SpaceX is the only one that lands rockets that come back from orbit nowadays. Or that deliver payload to orbit, I should say. Blue Origin does have New Shepard, and that's a great rocket. I like that one, too. You'd think they have some experience in this matter, right? On what the conditions are of a rocket landing coming back from space. Yeah, pretty much, Graph Shark, yeah. Just like the Nevada took 2 nukes and it didn't care. That's right. Yeah, we'll go with it. We'll go with it, T-Man, sure. All the buildings will crumble before the bridge does. Bingo. Bingo. I guarantee you that thing is designed the exact same way, man. Why? Because, dude, they're going to have this thing come back and land near this? Even if it wasn't catching it, I'd still design it that way, man. Yeah, GrabShark, I don't want to entertain that idea. They really did design and build this in a year, and your analysis is only going to be so in-depth in that amount of time. It's not unreasonable to assume they only characterized it for a few catches. I mean, pray, if your design analysis period is short, right? Over-engineer it, man. Over-engineer the numbers. And then figure it out later based off of real-life testing. Isn't that what SpaceX does? What are we expecting to catch? I'm not sure, Iron. I think we have one more NSF video, and then we'll go from there. Yeah, Pancha, isn't that funny? Are they going to attempt to catch on the first orbital launch? Cantab, we never really heard anything regarding that, dude, to be honest. I don't know. The plan like last year was to launch Booster 4 and Ship 20, right? And Booster 4 would soft land out in the ocean, and Ship 20 would soft land out near Hawaii after doing an orbit once around to test their thermal protection system, right? So the first one was a yeet into the ocean. Dude, that might still be the case, but I think the only reason why they wanted to shoot this off and dispose of the Starship and the Super Heavy is because the pad wasn't finished. Now the pad is finished. I don't think SpaceX was taking into account the programmatic assessment. I really don't. I don't think they were taking that into account. Nobody really takes into account a government delay, right? If they did, it wouldn't be a delay, now would it? So I don't know. Maybe it's subject to change. Maybe they'll try to catch one on the first attempt. They're awesome, Throttle Junkie. I'm so happy that SpaceX exists, dude. You know, they are kicking butt, dude. But what I try to tell people is that so is NASA, man. NASA just rolled a moon rocket out to the pad. That's why I talk highly about everybody. I'm greedy, dude. I am greedy. I want all the frickin' rockets, man. I want all of them. I want all of them. Give me all of the rockets. I want that, and I want that, and I want that, and I want that, and I want that. Give me all of the rockets. I want all of them. That's, and you know what? This isn't enough. It needs to be at least, we need to have at least 3 times as many, okay? It needs to be at least 3 times as big. I have a vision. They're all awesome, Roro. They're all awesome in their own regard, man. I love what SpaceX is doing. Dude, I could rant about Starship just as much as I could rant about SLS. And you know what the crazy part about this is? You know what the crazy part about this is? I can make the argument for Starship being the only launch vehicle that NASA should use to get to the moon, and I can make the argument that SLS should be the only thing that we use to get to the moon. I know the points and the counterpoints. This is how seriously I take this. I know the points, I know the counterpoints. I could argue in favor each way, but I don't do that. Because that's dumb. Now you know that evil will always triumph because good is dumb. No, Spaceballs. I could make a pretty damn good case for only Starship, and I can make a pretty damn good case for only SLS. So Super Heavy with a 6-segment SRB with the EUS, and then Starship to top it off. Don't tempt me with a good time. The more the merrier, I say. Indeed, indeed. That's where I'm at, Throttle. Because, dude, there's... Gotta remember, you gotta think about it like this, man. We literally have a rocket that's comparable to that thing on the right. Far right monitor. Not the Galaga. Not the Galaga, the Saturn V. We have a rocket that NASA just rolled out that's comparable to that and this existing at the same time. The last time 2 Super Heavy launch vehicles existed was the N1 and the Saturn V. We have, and not to mention that Starship is all the best qualities of this thing right here. Reusability. So we have 2 Super Heavy launch vehicles on the table right now that are not paper. They both exist. And someone's going to find a problem with that? God, what's wrong with you people? Rosalita, come here. No, Rosalita, come here, Rosalita. Yeah, I know. Yeah, grab. Frick 'em. But SLS cost too much money. Yeah, I know. It's so messed, right? I don't hate what's going on here. Guys, I've noticed that SpaceX personnel has started wearing these jumpsuits. Maybe they're loading up the flux capacitor here. On need, Pwn Sister. Not everybody can integrate their payload to an ICBM. It's a Ninja. Hawaii was also chosen because the path overflies the Reagan test site on Kwajalein in the Pacific Missile Testing Range on Kauai. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know that, Total Staples. Yeah. We should land it. We should land it at Hickam Field. Now that would be cool. They should try to land it. What? Just make a landing? All right, fine. Kauai is fine. Let's just there. Just put it there. Ceramic firearms are generally not good for you, nor is RTV. Oh, you don't want to huff RTV with me, Prey? Oh, that's a shame. Look at these nose cones, man. She's a beast. They may or may not be looking at sites in the Total Staples. You know where they should land the first Starship orbital test flight? You know where they should land it? I'll tell you where they should land it. The first orbital Starship test flight should land right there. No, not exactly right there. That's in the ocean. Up here. No. Up here. Right here. Right here. See this? See this? See this place? Should land right there. Falcon 1 launch site, baby. At least I think that is. Yep, that's it. Mm-hmm. What's that? That's where SpaceX launched their first rocket into space. It should land right there in that field, man. How cool would that actually be? You have a heavy dock right here. Just get an SPMT, roll it out over here, or just leave it. Whatever. Take the engines off, bring them back, and just leave it. Yeah, this is where SpaceX launched their first rocket. First 4 Falcon 1s launched from here, actually. Yep, that's where Falcon 1's launch pad was, right there. Why there? Because it's in a test range. Does SpaceX still use the place? No. No. Yeah, see the launch pad? That's where the first one launched. Let's see if we get a picture. That's from 2006. They wouldn't have been there yet. 2014. But where's Falcon 2? Get out. I don't know, W. They never owned it. Yeah, it was a leased government site. Right concept, wrong island. Wait, which one was it then? I thought it was Mech. Is it up here? Oh yeah, it's Omelek. It's this one. Excuse me. That one right there. Yeah, it was from Omelek. That's a launch pad right there for for testing. Excuse me, I picked the wrong island. I was close though. Good enough. Where in the world is this? Pacific Testing Range, boys. How did they get propellant out there? Boat. Yep. Out here, there's a huge missile testing range, guys. Seriously, yeah, the U.S. has a big missile testing range. It's all the islands that the U.S. took from World War II in the Pacific Theater. I mean, some of them we gave back. Some of them we didn't. There's Midway. Word. But anyway. Yeah, sorry, I got Omelek wrong. I apologize about that. But they should land it right there. That'd be pretty cool. They brought a prop-making machine out to the island, but it was so bad they just abandoned it there and continued to ship it in. I heard because of the FAA and other hang-ups, SpaceX was moving to Florida. Not completely moving to Florida, more like just building another factory. So, hedging your bets, right? That's Elon Musk. He's a probability guy. If you have two factories producing two rockets, one of them is most likely to, at two different launch sites, one of them is going to work. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but that's the idea. Pray, what do you think this is? I think it's cilia fiber. I think. Cilia fiber with tough and unifibrous reinforced oxidation resistant composite tiles. And then the FAA comes in and says no. Hellfish, they've been awfully quiet. I wouldn't be surprised if the FAA pushes it out again. But, I mean, that's Elon's words, not mine. Whatever. They're building it into the Cape. They're building one down the Cape. We don't have to worry about this soon. How long do you think it will be until we see boosters in ships, not test tanks, with the new dome design? End of the year? End of the year. That's not a bulkhead, Flykin. That's the top dome of a booster. Any bulkhead section. It is a bulkhead section, but that's not a common bulkhead. Well, I guess if you wanted to call it, you could call it a forward bulkhead, right? This is the top of the booster. Anything that has this ridge on it is the top of super heavy, because they need a mounting point for the Starship separation mechanism, which is just a bunch of pneumatic rods like Falcon 9, from what I understand. But yeah. Not a bad guess. I mean, Prey, I'm still sitting here reading about this. I read about missions and time and CDRs, PDRs, all this stuff. I still read about it every day. I've had nothing but a decade of reading about this stuff, man. No, it takes time. Even SpaceX, it takes time, dude. This is complicated stuff. It's not just build it and get it. I wish we could get back to that. SpaceX will, maybe, but it's still going to take time. It's not even the FAA that's holding them up either. It's just, I mean, actually, it's interoperability, believe it or not. They scale off of each other. SpaceX probably gets with the FAA and, the FAA says, hey, when do you need this report by? Or when do you want this report by? SpaceX said, well, our pad's not finished. We probably might... It's not going to be another month till we're finished with the pad. And I guess the FAA goes, all right, fine, we'll take more time. Okay, cool. Texas is going to be pissed if the FAA says anything other than go there. There have been rumors that Congress is pushing the FAA to rule in favor of SpaceX. Yeah, those are just rumors, Zeppelin. I don't deal with rumors. I deal with the truth. I don't know, MotoKid. Why would they have that ridge there if that was the case? Yeah, scary. It is what it is, bro. It is what it is, dude. How quick do you think a launch will happen if they pass? Whenever the pad is ready. Elon theorized May. So, summer? Always take into account, like, dude, take what you think take how much time you think it's going to take and times that by, like, 1.2. Elon says May, summer would be a very, very good estimate. Yeah, see the grid fin holes flanking? It's the top of the booster. So August then. Yeah. What are those ridges for? Structural. They're called stringers, Aqua. They're structural. It's just the forward bulkhead on the booster. Like, there's really no interstage on Starship. If anything, Starship's engine section is the interstage. They just combined a bunch of things together. Southeast gooseneck right there. Ram gooseneck. Yeah, pretty much, Core. Which job would you do? Oh, I don't know, son. I don't know, dude. Shuttle ET has those stringers on its inner tank. Yep, that's right. To bring everything back to the god tier launch vehicle, the shuttle. Fish, that'd be fun. Still wondering how Starship is going to separate from Super Heavy. It might just use its RCS, T-Man, but I think they're going to have a separator mechanism. No, SpaceX is what happened when a bunch of kids who used to build things with toys outside grew up funded by the richest man on Earth. I think the richest man, Snow. I agree with you, but I think the richest man is part of those kids that played with toys. It'll be one chonky mechanism. Hellfish, from the concept art that I've seen from SpaceX, it's just a bunch of the Falcon 9 push rods. Yeah. Oh, they're pouring new concrete. Pumper truck. It will separate like Starlink does on Falcon 9. What? Are they going to use Super Heavy moving around to separate Starship, and then they will start a rotation before main engine cutoff and then separate, and then the ship will fly away? It's ridiculous, man. Wait, when did that news come out, man? I don't remember that being a thing. When did they say that? Elon said a while ago that prior to main engine cutoff, the booster will pitch up and then SEP will occur, like 2 months ago. Dude, how did I miss that? That's hilarious. I love it. Hey, whatever. Hey, whatever works, man. Oh, the Tim interview. Okay, right on. Dude, we watched that. I watched that. How did I miss that? Damn. He suggested something like that. Okay. Best part is no part. Yeah, dude, it'll just, Super Heavy will just freaking yeet. That's actually really cool. I love it. I love how simple it is. Holy shnikes. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, that was machined on probably a turret lathe or something, Mab. 5-axis, maybe a 5-axis mill. Of course it's the truck. I'm telling you, Bandit, it's one of the best trucks ever made, dude. One of the best trucks ever made. No, not this piece of junk. I'm talking about that. Now that's a cow catcher. Is there any friction stir welding on Starship? No, friction stir welding stainless steel is a little bit harder. It's all TIG welded. Yeah, Throttle Junkie. I don't need the bull bars. I think that truck looks good the way it is. But yeah, I don't hate it. I don't hate it. You know, you have a nice utilitarian, and then you have this thing, which looks like something that you'd order if you went to a seafood place. Yeah, I'll take the Chevrolet. I'll take the S-Car. Look at that S-Car go. What? The front looks like a freaking octopus, all right? To be honest, you'll take the GMC? Oh, this thing? Yeah, whatever. The front looks like an octopus. It's ridiculous. Also, booster test stand, baby. And then there's that little XJ just chilling back there. Yeah, Scary, you see that single cab short bed back there? That's cool. I like the Tahoe too. The Tahoe's good. Or the Tesla. Or the other Tahoe. But this one is Bay. I want that one. That one's Bay. I like that truck a lot. It looks good, two-tone red and white. It looks good in any color. They're awesome trucks. What can I say? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Was it a dually? Look at this thing. If it's a dually, I'm going to be very happy. Can we... That's awesome. So this is a booster test stand. It's basically a soda can crusher, but instead of crushing soda cans, they're going to crush boosters in it. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's pretty awesome. Where's that truck? Where is it? Hang on. They're not shock absorbers, they're hydraulic jacks. I don't know, fellas. It's got the towing mirrors. That could be a dually. Could be a single cab long box dually. If that's the case, frick all of you. I want that truck. I have questions. Please answer. No. I don't wanna. I don't see your question. Type it again. That would be cool. I agree, Scary. So, Scary, what you're telling me is I should take mine and find a dually box for it? Okay, good to know. It was a dually. You could see the left tires on the back. Oh, Rooster. Single cab long box dually. That's the dream, man. Who was driving that thing? Someone answered. It's remote controlled. You want to know who's driving it? That guy. See that guy? Yep. It's a little briefcase, and it opens up on the front, and it has 2 joysticks. Yep. Seriously. You can see the left tires on the back. Rooster, that is a dually. Yeah, see this dude right here? Yep. Yep, and then there's it's remote control. It's like a big RC car. See these two things on the back? So this thing on the back is it's just a diesel generator, okay? And these things are called self-propelled modular transporters. They're SPMTs. And the SPMTs come in like, here, I'll show you. So, see how there's like plugs right there? And one of them is like out and the other one's in? These things plug together like a Lego kit. And then the hydraulic jack right there will, it'll slot it together. These things plug in like a Lego kit. And you can attach them the long way, or you can attach them sideways. Now this is 2x2, right? And then you can slave all of them to that. Yeah. And then it's electric, it's electro-hydraulic, and it's got a diesel generator generating power. It's like a little tiny crawler transporter. Same thing, only you can plug them in. They're like Legos. They're really cool. It's a really cool technology. Yeah, SPMTs are really neat. SPMTs are one of those things that I want, but I have no idea what I would do with, but I still want it. The Mark IV Golf man got out of the way. It is a dually. Oh, that truck is so cool. I want it. I want it. I want it. That style of front rim is common on the 1-ton dually. Thank you, Double Nuts. I feel like if you own one, you could quickly find jobs for it around New England. The SPMT? Oh, yeah. Yeah. And the dually. Okay, Scary. All right. All right. All right. All right. New plan. New plan. We take Tough Enough, put a dually rear end in it, 7.3 swap, or a 12-valve Cummins, whatever, right? Put a 12-valve turbo 12-valve Cummins with that manual behind it. It'll be great. Give it a dually rear end, fifth wheel, gooseneck, SPMT on gooseneck, and then go look for work. It's a good plan. Serious question. Brimo get you some goldfish? I don't know. I hope so. It's a 3/4 ton double nuts. 3/4 ton F250. I got the heavy duty axles though. The cool thing about my truck is that because it's a 97, it was assembled with leftover parts. The front of it's a 250 and the back of it's a 350. I got an F350 heavy duty axle. You've seen it for the wrong reasons. It's a 1025 Sterling rear end with 410s. 410s out back. 8-lug rims. And it's on F350 leafs. The shackles on the backs have F350 casting numbers on them. So the back of the truck's an F350 and the front of the truck's an F250. That's what an F250 HD is. It's made out of leftover 250 and 350 parts. True story. That's why it's cool. That's why I bought it from Hoonigan. Well, at least part of the reason. It's a cool truck. It's a Frankenstein truck from the factory. They didn't make many of those things. House on NPS SPMT. Duh. Perfect. I'll be out there in a week to start on it. All right, cool. Sounds good. I don't even think you need a different axle with the offset rims. I think you need a different drum. I think it's the same axle, different drum. It'll porpoise a little bit. But if you look at a picture of the truck's raked. It's raked hard. The front is lower than the back because, like I said, it's got F350 rear suspension. It's really cool. It's a Frankenstein. It's a cool truck. Yeah, there you go, Driz. Mm-hmm. Also, SPMTs. Some kid wanted to buy my truck. He offered $5,000. I laughed. It's not 4x4 double nuts. It's 4x2. I'm going to change that, but the transmission is the bottleneck. Do you see that the U.S. will be using Soyuz in the near future? ISS plans, despite what's going on, Sky Captain, have not changed, surprisingly. Yeah, everything's the same. What are those pyramids things on the back of the SBMTs? It's a jack. It's a jack stand, Flykin, but a heavy-duty jack stand that's designed to hold heavy things. Let me see it, goalie. Alright, hold on. Hold on. Goalie's got the goods. Goalie, give me the cash! Yakamano, give me the cash! Yo, that is a chunky axle. Oh, look at that thing. Oh, there's your... Yep. Fun sister, there's your control board. I told you, 2 joysticks, man. That's cool. Yeah, Double Nuts. I'm looking to swap it to 4x4. We'll get we could do an F350 front suspension and make it all F350 under there. They need a solid axle though. But I do think the twin traction bars are really cool. I like the twin I-beam. There's one of the pins to hold the 2 segments together. Yeah, that's pretty big. Mutter, what would you do? Solid or... No, you would do solid, Mutter, wouldn't you? Is there any independent front suspension for my truck? It has independent front suspension right now, Hellfish. You can... So, the twin traction beams is independent front suspension with drive. Yeah. Look up TTBs. They're really cool, actually. I like TTB. Well, Mutter, the thing is that, you know, the solid axle would be right, but twin traction bars would also be good because they're cheap, not expensive. The Ford IFS was never good. Shut up. I know, but it doesn't cost any money and it's 4-wheel drive. Yeah, I'm serious. You can't give those twin traction bars away. That setup moved a 600,000-pound transformer. I like that. Solid or 06 swap. I want a Dana 50 twin traction. I like the TTBs. I think they're cool. I think it's a cool piece of engineering. Screw me, right? Like. Twin I-beam is bad for 4x4. It's got issues. Yeah, but it's also inexpensive, and it's a really, really inexpensive way to get 4-wheel drive. I like that. It's sped up, T-Man, but yeah. Don't the TTBs burn through bushings quickly? Yeah, probably, XJ, yeah. Ugh, Double Nuts, no, not bag diesel trucks. I can't stand those things, man. They're cool, but ugh. Not for me. I want my truck to actually do work. I don't want to modify it to take the U out of utility vehicle. I want to work for Fagioli. Yeah, that would be cool driving these things around, wouldn't it? It's predominant. It's like a bigger forklift. It is a bigger forklift. Could you make a movable launch pad with those in Kerbal? I've tried making SBMTs before, Ice King. It's a little bit difficult, but you can do it. We'd have to use rotors as wheels. If you made a sleeper, what would it be? I don't know. This is a huge question. Hydro. I recently read that a horse's rear end predicted the size of the space shuttle boosters. I can elaborate if you wish. I know it, Hydro. I know why. Do you? Let's see. Yeah, Hellfish, I think that's what we should do. Coronet's still sitting. I checked on it the other day. I haven't touched it in so long. Now, see, Bandit, the Silverado looks better than the GMC. That front looks better. It looks less octopus-like. Well, that's still pretty bad. But I will say, those Chevy Steelies are nice. I think those Steelies are cool because they look like NASCAR Steelies. Don't you tempt me with a good time. So, Hydroline, how did you get from horse to SRBs? Well, Roman chariots, man. Roman chariots for the Roman roads were a certain gauge that the wheels were 4 feet 8.5 inches apart. And guess what? When George Stephenson went to design his train, he used a Roman gauge, the Roman cart gauge, for his rail gauge. Stephenson gauge, or standard gauge, 1465 millimeter. He used that, and NASA moves their SRBs by train. So that denoted the SRB size. There you go. Oh yeah, Hydra. I really like trains. I like trains a lot. Space stuff isn't the only thing I like. I like all mechanical equipment, man. I'm what you call a huge tool. Yeah, no, you don't even need quotes. Yeah, I'm not just a tool. I'm the whole damn toolbox, man. Like, I don't know what you want to hear. I ain't just a tool. I'm the whole freaking toolbox. Mason, maybe a little bit of nerd, more dork than anything, I'd say. What's with the interlaced footage here? Is that footage? Interlaced footage, look at that. Can you guys see that on stream? We can verify huge tool. Can we verify huge tool, or is that another stream? Sure, O-Force. Is the mesh fence messing it up? Yeah, it must be, dude. It must be screwing up the encoder. Or the lens or something. Yeah, this looks like it's interlaced footage, but it looks vertical. It looks like it's vertically interlaced, which is not a thing. That's not a thing at all. The interlaced goes left, right. So does progressive, for what it's worth. Whoa. It looks shooped. I see pixels. Flagon, I think these are the jacks for that thing. Let's see what SBMT Man does. Yeah, how many horses pull a chariot into orbit? Yes. I mean, Bill, I'd like to think that my Twitter profile pretty much gets the point across. Twitch TV partner. Rockets, airplanes, cars, trains, factories. I didn't know what else to put, man. I didn't know what else to put. I just put stuff that I like in the profile. Business contact! Motorcycle! The motorcycle, that's amazing. I still can't believe that's on Devil, can you? Oh, double nuts, just in case, dude. Here, take a look. There you go. 1025s, TTBs, IFS up front. And you should add more, yeah. This is a little bit of an older picture, but yeah, there she is. No automaton. Oh, jeez, Warlock. What's a motorcycle? Oh, man, I lost the link. Damn. With solids up front, it'll ride rather rough. Had to drive one for work in the 90s. I want to keep the TTBs, dude. I'm not going off-roading, but I do want four-wheel drive just because four-wheel drive is cool. And once again, you know, I get it. TTB is not good for off-roading. I understand all that, fellas. I know how this stuff works. But TTBs with four-wheel drive up front would be really cool. And it's really cheap because no one wants them. Now, I fully understand that there's a reason why nobody wants them. I want them because they're inexpensive. That makes sense? Trying to buy a house. Gotta be careful. Is that the motorcycle, Flykin? Yes. The motorcycle, bro. The freaking motorcycle. Look. Sea legs. It's a motorcycle. Whoever invented the jet ski missed a golden opportunity to call it a motorcycle. I agree. Freaking motorcycle. Oh, that's awesome. It's a motorcycle. Why does that make me laugh so much? Wasn't the Twin Beam 4x4 only on the 150s and the Rangers? That's what I mean, dude. It's a parts bin truck. It's part F350, part F250, part 150. They made those things out of spare parts. Also, motorcycle. You know who would like that? Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm going for it. I'm going for my boat! My boat! I don't know, Atomic. 5 profit. Mine's not 4x4, no. My truck isn't. I don't think 4x4 with 3 wheels. It's my boat. Look at how happy this man is. Look at how happy this man is to own this boat. He could make it a motorcycle. He could make it a motorcycle. Seriously though, this is really cool, actually. You haven't made my boat a desktop background yet? No. Yeah, okay, Hellfish. Yeah, totally irrelevant truck post.
What's up, guys? Today we have this red Ford F-250.
Hey, all right, what's up, dudes? We have this red. Get the rest. I don't need to hear that. Oh, that's really nice. Okay, it's Sawyer. That's a dick move. Linking that in bird culture, this is known as a dick move. Well, that's not a motorcycle, midget. It's not a motorcycle. Okay, it could be. Yeah, Clayton, it would be nice, man. 145 would be nothing for me. They're going for $500,000 up here, bro. That thing is really nice, Sawyer. The real question is, how much is a motorcycle? I think that's a kit that you can retrofit on your boat, Flykin, so... That's a lot for Florida sequels, but yeah, it ain't a lot for us, huh? Is that legal? I will make it lethal. Yeah, these guys are gonna put that pipe in place. This is on a welding jig. Bird. No, boater cycle. Boater. Not boner cycle. Ew, Chevy. You should look in Florida. Brimo's job doesn't want full remote, Clayton, so, yep, that dreams. Rip the dream, dude. Hey, look, more SPMTs. They got some crane counterweights on it. Look, oh, did you see them? Yo, look, watch the SPMTs. The guy leveled them. Watch, they can rock back and forth. Watch, because if you work them all together, did you see it? See it level out? Isn't that cool? Oh, that's so neat. I don't know why I find that so interesting. I think that's really cool. Yeah. Money. Yeah, tell Brimo that. Crane. Oh, they're lowering the boom. How do they get stuff off of the SPMTs? Opening up the chopsticks. The adjustable ride height, dude, just like the crawler transporter. So you put it up on jack stands, right? Kneel the SPMT down underneath it, and then it'll lift it right up. The RT behind it crabbed. Cool. It's just basically a table with wheels. Yeah, you could just... It's like the crawler transporter. The crawler transporter is a self-propelled transporter. That's what it is. It kneels down underneath the launcher and picks it up and moves it. That's what those things can do. Actually a modular pallet jack would probably be the right, that's the right one, Double. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, that's all I have for you. I hope you enjoyed that space news. That was a big one. There was a lot of information covered, man. A lot of information. I want to give a shout out to Quite the Opposite for helping me with sources. Thank you very much for doing that, buddy. I do appreciate it. I think it's time for... What's that, goalie? It was at this moment that he knew he screwed up. What happens here? You get loose? Looks like you got loose coming out of the gates there, goalie. Bro, take your foot out of it. What are you doing? Guy spun the tires and he just kept his foot on the gas. Okay. See those marks? So the drag strip, right, has some sticky paste on it. They basically put glue down on the surface of the drag strip, right? See those marks that the guy made? That means the tires are spinning, all right? And I'm not talking about spinning to make traction. That means he's doing a burnout. It doesn't make any smoke because of the glue, but you can tell that the tires are ripping the glue off the track. And this is what happens when you keep your foot in it.